Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house.
Keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. Closer.
Literally.
Closer.
Literally.
Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house.
Get it together.
Rabbits in the house.
Let's get it together.
Rabbits in the house.
Get it together.
Rabbits in the house.
Come on, get it together.
Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house.
Get it together.
Rabbits in the house. Rabbits
You
in
better
the
get it together. We gon' get it together.
Rabbits in the house. Rabbits
Get
in
it
the
together.
house. Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house.
Get it together.
Rabbits in the house. Rabbits
You
in
better
the
get it
house.
together. We gon' get it together.
Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house.
Get together.
Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in the house. Rabbits in
Oh.
the house. Rabbits in the house.
Rabbits in the house.
But your enemies closer.
Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. We rocking out, y'all. Literally. Y'all hit that like button if you haven't already. What's up, my good people? Shout out to Gravity Takeout. I better get it together.
Oh, let's get it together. Get it together. Let's get it together. Get it together. Come on, get it together. Get it together. You better get it together. We gon' get it together. Get it together.
Get it together.
Get it together.
Get it together. Get it together. Literally. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. Where we at right now? Let me see who all in here. Shout out to Trey Spectives. Good morning, Trey Spectives. Shout out to you. Meow. Meow. Good morning to you, Trey Spectives. Shout out to Roll Rich Entertainment in the building. Salute, salute. Kodak Black, good morning. Good morning. How you doing?
Good morning, gorgeous.
Although it's afternoon time. Roll Rich, salute, salute. The meal ticket, shout out to the meal ticket. Oh, great live. Man, that shit was lit. Ooh, that shit was lit. George Smith, salute, salute. Good morning, salute to you, bro. Sunrise 71.
Good morning, gorgeous.
Shout out to Sunrise. Biz 101 in the building. Salute to Biz 101 in the building. Kwame Brown's top moderator. Oh. Kobe Knows, salute to you, man. Yo, Black, salute. Yo, salute to Black in the building. Oh. Shout out to Black Fire Media. Salute to you. It is what it is. Salute to you. Salute. Good morning. We rocking out, y'all. Literally. All right, we are gathered here today. Casa Matajaga. Salute. Good afternoon. Oh. We are gathered here today, this afternoon, because there is this case that came across my feed and got my attention, and Leora WMSS. Shout out to you. Good afternoon.
Good morning, gorgeous.
Oh, y'all hit that like button if you haven't already. Now, this case came across my timeline. Got me a little intrigued. Made me start looking into the case. I ended up doing some Google work. Reading the article. Went and watched some news. Caught up. And I pretty much got a nice little understanding of this whole situation. And I said, you know what? Let me bring it to you guys. I packaged it up real nicely. And you know me, I deal with the timeline. The timeline. So, some of y'all might be familiar with the story. But just know that the way I'm telling this story is the way it comes out. Okay? So the way I'm going to be telling the story is going to be the way it came out. And the information, we're going to get the backstory, the front story, and pretty much what is the plans for the future and what is basically the conclusion. Gems Eye View, is that you? Good morning to Gems Eye View. Shout out to Gems Eye View this afternoon, I should say.
You can be all the things you always wanted to be. Beautiful, sexy, easy as 1, 2, 3.
Just let your soul glow. Just let it shine through.
Shout out to Gems Eye View. Oh. Yeah, some of you guys might be familiar with this story. And you pretty much know the details and all that. But in my presentation, I will not be presenting the details up front. I'm going to be presenting the details in an order. And what we're going to find is that initially the news reported on this situation. Neighbors gave their account of the initial situation, because initially this was just it was an odd situation, but it was a typical missing person situation. So for the first day or so, it was being dealt with as a missing person situation. And you're going to hear all the commentary is coming from that perspective. And then we're going to learn some more details and insight into the case that kind of changes the circumstances a little bit. Kind of makes the case much more complicated than its already complicated state. Because it is a complicated case. As a missing person case alone, it's a complicated case. But with the extra stipulations and the extra information that was added, this one is a mind blower. It's mind boggling. So we're gonna get account of the extent of the missing persons case and its twists and turns. Then we're going to hear the official law enforcement. After learning all the information that we're going to learn, we're going to get law enforcement's take on it and how they deal with it. Then we're going to get the perspective of the people that spoke with the police when they got the information, and they're going to give you a little insight on how they feel the police is dealing with this whole thing, knowing the information that the police has. And finally, we're going to learn the possible motivations and possible motives for these type of actions. And then we're going to end with the possible actions that can be taken going forward. So that'll summarize. That's basically the program of what we're doing today, and how we're gonna go through this information today. So let me get these things ready. Distracting one. Good afternoon. How you doing?
Good morning, gorgeous.
Now I find this to be a very interesting case. I find it to be a very interesting case because of how it's. I'm not really familiar with something like this, and I'm not sure if this is something that I'm familiar with in my culture. But shit, exceptions only prove the rule. You'll probably find one or two. Tasha Z's, good afternoon. Highly favored.
Good morning, gorgeous.
How you doing? All right. Y'all hit the like button if you haven't already, my good people. Now first, you know, when we get stories, especially if it's not local information, you know, when we get it, we usually get it from the news, breaking news. Such and such happened. So we're going to start with the breaking news. We are going to start with the breaking news so that we can have the same feeling we have when we just get the information, a feeling of question, your confusion, a feeling of what the hell was going on. So we're going to go through all these steps. Thank you, highly favored and distracted one. Appreciate you. Oh, hold on. Let me see something. I'm going to do it this way. I'm going to do it this way. Make sure. Let me see. Screen capture in here. Put my screen capture in here. Take this down. Evil May. Shout out to Evil May. Shout out to Evil May. We're going to the news.
Draped in a
Hold up. Damn, the whole thing moved. Oh. All right. All right. Much better for me.
Draped in a towel but alive, new images of Rudy Farias as the mystery around his disappearance deepens. The 25-year-old was allegedly found last week outside a church and unresponsive, his family says, 8 years after he allegedly vanished without a trace while walking his dogs. His mother, Janie Santana, reported the then 17-year-old missing on March 7, 2015. But investigators now say he was home with her almost the entire time.
It was discovered that Rudy returned home the following day on March 8th, 2015.
The stunning revelation uncovered after police interviewed Farias.
The mother, Janie, continued to deceive police by remaining adamant that Rudy was still missing.
Santana even releasing a statement after her son was found, thanking the media and the public for their support, writing, "My son Rudy is receiving the care he needs to overcome his trauma, but at this time he is nonverbal and not able to communicate with us." Investigators say Farias and his mom had several run-ins with police over the years, but gave fake names and birthdays so he remained a missing person. Tonight, no clues as to why the mother and son would knowingly keep the lie going, but police say they do not suspect foul play.
We don't have any information to say there was any kind of kidnapping or anything like that right now.
And as for what's next, police say the investigation is still ongoing and that Santana could still be charged for giving false information in a police report.
Oh. So here we have it. All the confusion we need is laid out on the table right here. 8 years missing. He went out to walk his dog and disappeared. For 8 years, mother files a missing persons report. Police do active investigation for 8 years. Man gets found unresponsive by a church 8 years later. 8 years. So he was missing since he was 17 years old. So he's been reported missing since he was 17 years old. So for 8 years, this man has been reported missing. And he gets found unresponsive in a parking lot of a church, where I guess when they pick him up, they then, run his name or whatever, however they find out who he is, and finds out that this man is in the system as a missing person. Contact his mom, do an investigation. They come to find out this man has been living with his mother the whole time. What the hell is going on? What in the world is going on? This is where everybody gets confused. So we make sure we start off with the most confusion. The most confusion. Now, not only are we confused, but the neighbors are confused. The neighbors know this family. Go get her. Good afternoon. The neighbors know this family, and they are very familiar with this family. They are very intimate with this family. And they know this boy. They have interactions with this boy. They got memories and stories with this boy. This is the neighbors I'm referring to. The neighbors know this guy, but they do not know that he's a missing person. Carlos Franklin, salute. Black Pearl.
Good morning, gorgeous.
Shout out to Black Pearl. They do not know this boy is missing. They don't know that this man is a missing person. They know him very well, but not as a missing person. So the neighbors are in shock. They're as surprised as we are, and they are as confused as we are. Because I'm sure this should be a confusing story to anybody, to any one of us. Hold on 1 second.
A lot of questions as
Now, this is interesting, man. Nene Loyal, good afternoon.
Good morning, gorgeous.
Shout out to you. Shout out to Nene Loyal in the building. It's morning to some people. It's afternoon to others. All right. All right. So, neighbors, they're unaware of any of this. And they only learn of this when it reaches the news. Now, we're going to see how that plays out because, you know, now the neighborhood has news reporters and news stations and news trucks and, you know, all these things is now in the neighborhood and they want to ask questions to neighbors. And so the neighbors is learning of this stuff just as we are. Imagine living next to somebody and you don't even know that the person you've been interacting with has all this backstory, and you're finding out the same way the rest of people around the world is finding out through the news. You're like, what the hell? Who am I living next to? This is my neighbor? Hi, neighbor.
exactly what's going on here. Again, those answers to their questions. A lot of questions as to exactly what's going on here. Again, those answers to their questions and others will be answered tomorrow. They'll be presented tomorrow by HPD investigators with this case at HPD's headquarters. Now, tonight we are hearing from neighbors who say that they saw Rudy Farias just last night after he was found alive again last week. Corley Peel is live right now outside of the mother's home. It's located on Valley Lake Drive, where neighbors say they also spoke with his mother.
That's right, Rudy. Neighbors tell me they saw Rudy and his mother here in their driveway at their home. They say the mother did not stay long, but she did appear to be worried about being arrested.
The mom's worried about going to jail. The mom is worried about going to jail for lying to the police. Everybody knows this kid. This man, I should say, because this man is 25 years old, y'all. He's been reported missing since he's 17, and he is 25 years old, still reported as missing. And the mom, throughout all these years, has been keeping up the story of this boy being missing, of this man being missing. So she's in fear that she can possibly get in trouble because she's been lying all these years. Why? I have no clue, right? Because my thing is, why would you report this boy missing if he's with you the whole time? What is the point of that, right? So we're going to get more details. But the neighbors, they're learning this shit, and all the weird behavior that you probably overlooked before this story came out as a neighbor, it starts going. You start thinking back and you start to say things like, damn, they was moving kind of weird. I remember that one time when this did happen and I knew it was odd. And this is when all those things that you overlooked starts coming into fruition.
From a distance, neighbors took video of Rudy Farias' mother loading up a car in her driveway Tuesday night.
When he first went missing, he didn't report it to the police.
Now, this is his. Hold on, let me see. I'm wondering if this is his mom. I believe this is his mom. Oh, let me see.
Video of Rudy Farias' mother loading up a car in her driveway Tuesday night.
When he first went missing, he did.
This is Janie Santana. This is his mother. You guys take a good look at this woman, because it's gonna matter what she looks like. Trust me, it's gonna matter what she looks like. It's gonna matter. Take a good look at Jamie. This is the mother of Rudy, y'all. This woman here. Take a good look. It's going to matter. It is going to matter. Oh, man. All right, let me zoom out now. It's gonna make it's gonna matter. People are like, well, what does it matter what his mother looked like? Trust me. It's gonna matter. It's going to matter.
Donations.
Oh shit.
Something about chickens in a car.
Janie Santana is his mother.
He didn't report it to the police, and they're trying to say that
Loading up a car in her driveway Tuesday night.
when he first went missing, he didn't report it to the police, and they're trying to say that he might have done some crimes, which he didn't, and now they want to arrest me because they said I was hiding him.
Now they want to arrest me because they said I was hiding him, as if they're making that up. As if they're just throwing that out there, like she don't know she was hiding him. So she's gonna play that role. She's gonna act like she don't know she was hiding him.
Her 25-year-old son vanished 8 years ago at age 17.
It's just we've always, in our hearts, knew that he wasn't really missing.
So this is one of the cousins now. Now the cousin is concerned, and when she tried to get her concerns out, she was eventually met with some pushback from the mom. And you start realizing that the mom was even hiding this from the rest of the family. Hi, Ma.
Deja Vu donated $4.99 through Super Chat. Says, waving, green heart.
Shout out to Deja Vu for that Super Chat. I appreciate you. She says, Sis, hi, with the green heart. Oh.
Donations. Gifts. Donations. Gifts. Donations.
That got messed up.
Oh, yeah. Come on, Rabbits. You got this. Come on, Rabbits. You got this. Come on, Rabbits. You got this. Come on, Rabbits. You got this.
Appreciate that Super Chat. We're going to get that hell rabbit. Shout out to Deja Vu for that Super Chat. Now, we got the cousin here who she's going to express that she was worried about her cousin, but the mother took efforts to hide the boy from even his family.
Her 25-year-old son vanished 8 years ago at age 17.
It's just we've always...
Something about chickens in a car.
in our hearts knew that he wasn't really missing.
During those 8 years, his cousin Cassandra Lopez says she called 911 in 2018 after family members saw Farias at his mother's home. She says their grandmother told her she spoke with Rudy often.
And how did those conversations?
So the grandmother was in contact with the mother, who allowed the boy to speak with the grandmother while she lied to everybody else and say that the boy was missing. So this is what we got going on here. So as long as the grandmother, and this is how families work too, because Once the grandmother's telling you, hey, I spoke to Rudy, he's fine, the rest of the family is not going to question it. You see? You understand? You understand? The rest of the family is not going to question it. It seems like grandmother has a lot of say-so, which it is in a lot of these families. The grandmom's got a lot of say-so.
Go, and she would talk about Rudy.
She would just say,
Mother's home. She says their grandmother told her she spoke with Rudy often. And how did those conversations go? And she would talk about Rudy.
She would just say, I saw Rudy, he came to check on me, and, we just said hello and have their little conversation. She never went into detail, but she would say she saw him.
I mean, that's all you need to know right there. If the grandmother's saying she saw Rudy, shit, well, he not missing you good. That's how you keep the family out of the business, because the mom is smart enough to be like, Rudy, at least you got to go see your grandma. Let her know you all right, you okay, so, but the rest of the family don't need to see you. We don't got to answer to them. Shit.
PD says officers responded but didn't find him. Neighbors tell me Farias has been living with his mother this entire time, but they know him by the name Dolph.
So neighbors know him to live with his mother, but they don't know him by that name. They know him to live with her. They know him to be her son, but they do not know him to be a missing boy. They don't know none of that. And so this is news to all of them.
HPD says officers responded but didn't find him. Neighbors tell me Farias has been living with his mother this entire time, but they know him by the name Dolph. Did you ever notice anything suspicious over there?
No, like when he talked to us, he doesn't say.
I'm not sure whose mom was it. I'm assuming it's the mother's mom, because if it's the father's mom, it'll probably be more serious.
Too much on who he really is. We just know that he lives down
there.
No, like when he talked to us, he doesn't say too much on who he really is. We just know that he lives down here with his mom. He goes to work with her around 6 p.m. to maybe 7 or 8 in the morning. And he just been freely walking down the street.
Neighbors shared this text message appearing to show a conversation between Farias' mother and the neighbor, where she identifies herself as Dolph's mom.
So, let me go back a little bit so we can read this text. So this woman, can you give me a call back? So she's identifying herself as that boy's mom. But as you know, this is the case of Rudy Farias, Rudolph Farias, Rudolph, Rudy for short. So here you go. She's called, you're not hiding, you're not being slick, lady. Dolph is not even a name. You know it got to be short for something, and you know it got to be short for Rudolph. Gosh. Don't know Dolph, except for young Dolph. I bet you Dolph name probably Rudolph. Young Rudolph. All right.
Just been freely walking down the street.
Neighbors shared this text message appearing to show a conversation between Farias' mother and the neighbor, where she identifies herself as Dolph's mom. Lopez hopes Farias is safe enough to tell his story.
I mean, half of his life is or a quarter of his life's already been taken away from him. It's just not right. He didn't deserve that. Nobody deserves that.
She says it's only a matter of time before the truth comes out.
Yo, what kind of golden wabbit you got now, boy? This thing, you got the golden child wabbit. This man wabbit is gold. Shout out to it is what it is with the golden wabbit. Adolf, oh man, no. Damn, I forgot about that Dolph. I forgot about Adolf. Ain't nobody naming it. Man, there's probably one Adolf in the world. There's probably one Adolf in the whole entire world, man. Ain't nobody naming their child that.
It's just not right. He didn't deserve that. Nobody deserves that.
She says it's only a matter of time before the truth comes out. Neighbors also told us that Rudy's mother asked them not to talk to the news after he was found. But again, they have spoken with us tonight. Again, there are a lot of unanswered questions surrounding this case, but we, of course, will keep you updated as we learn more.
So the mom is telling neighbors to not speak to reporters and stuff about you know. So there's some things there that she's trying to cover up. It's clear, very clear. Randolph, man, it's really more Dolphs out there, isn't it? God damn it, there really is more Dolphs out there, isn't it? Now that we think about it, his mom possibly mistreated him. That sounds very highly possible, because it's like, what are you hiding, man?
Reporting live from Northeast Harris County, Corley Peel, KPRC 2 News.
Corley, thank you for that part of the story.
All right. All right. We going in the timeline right now, all right? So the neighbors is finding out, and the neighbors is giving their accounts of what they know. The neighbors is giving, they're finding it out just like we are, and they are shocked just like we are. So they're trying to make sense of it as well.
And joining us now is Keisha Ross. She's a neighbor of Rudy Farias. And Keisha, you say you never knew he was considered missing. So what was your understanding of the situation before?
We got neighbors interacting with this man on a day-to-day basis for more than a year and don't know this man is missing. No Lie TV, salute to you, bro. Salute, salute. Y'all make sure y'all sub up to No Lie TV. Oh. She don't know this man is missing. And by the way, this is all happening in Texas, ladies and gentlemen. It goes down in Texas.
Before these more recent details came to light?
Well, I had just moved back to Houston because I had been living in Fort Worth. I left in 2000 and I moved back here in 2022. And like 3 months after I moved here, I met the so-called Rudolph, because that's what I know him by. He told me his name was Rudolph, but he told me to call him Dolph for short. So
Rudolph, Dolph for short. Yep. We're on the right track here.
That's what I knew him by. So he had been coming to my house since 3 months after I...
Yo, No Lie TV, bruh. You ain't never lie, bruh. You know what? We gonna have to use that in a drop. We gonna have to use that in a drop. We gonna have to use that in a drop, bruh. I think she can pass. I think I could use that picture in a thumbnail and just say that that's the boy girl. I think so. Yo, thank you for that. This way I won't even have to use her picture if I want to go. You know what I mean? Because this lady can definitely pass, bro. She can definitely pass.
Moved here clean up until May 27th when he actually knew him by. So he had been coming to my house since 3 months after I moved here, clean up until May 27th when he actually so-called went missing from his home with his mother's BMW. He took it.
Okay, so here we go. This woman moved there maybe about a couple years, and this man, Rudolph, be in her house regularly. She don't know that this man is missing, right? But there was a time when he stole his mother's car, and he went missing from that time. So that's something that happened while she was there and knew him, not knowing this man is already missing. So he was missing at a time when she basically knew about, because it happened while she was around, but she didn't know that he was already missing before that. Yo, I can't make this type of story up. How do these people do this? How do these people do this? Insurance fraud? Hey, listen, we're gonna see. We're gonna see.
And he totaled it, and she told police that she didn't know went missing from coming to my house since 3 months, Rudolph, but he told me to call him Dolph for short. So that's what I knew him by. So he had been coming to my house since 3 months after I moved here, clean up until May 27th, when he actually so-called went missing from his home with his.
Bruh, I just realized that, bruh, they got billboards up? Okay. All right now. All right, I guess we see where this is going. I guess. Yo, billboards looking for this kid, and this kid is in the house? Oh, man. No! No! Yeah, we see where this is going. We see where this is going.
Mother's BMW. He took it and he totaled it, and she told police that she didn't know who took her car, but she knew that he took her car because he was down here at my house earlier in the day with that car, and then he left.
So, you know who else knew he took the car? You did, miss. So when the mother lied to the police, you know who else knew she lied to the police? You did, miss. I'm just saying, miss. You knew that mother was doing some shady shit, especially when it came to that car situation. Just that alone lets you know that the mother's on some shit. So you were very well aware that the mom was into illegal activities because she did fraud and lied and said that her son. Now, granted, you know, parents do protect their children. So as a mother, she probably looked at it as another mother trying to protect her son from doing some dumb shit. And that's probably why she kind of had some empathy. But I'm just pointing out that this woman particularly knew that Rudolph's mother was on some shady shit because she saw her do some shady shit.
After he left, we hadn't talked to him. He turned his phone off, and we had been calling him to, you know, because she had been calling us, asking us, have we heard from him? Have we talked to him? We hadn't talked to him. He turned his phone off, and we had been calling him to, you know, because she had been calling us, asking us, have we heard from him? Have we talked to him? And we were saying no. So like Sunday, the day before the 4th of July, he come walking by my house earlier that morning around 6 or 6. It was like 7 o'clock. I want to say 7:30 or close to 8 o'clock. He had on some white basketball shorts, some flip-flops, no shirt, and he had some Band-Aids on him like he had went to the hospital or gave plasma or something, and a towel wrapped over him. And he walked to his house. And then later on that day, I learned that he was supposed to be missing. And when I looked at the thing, my daughter pulled it up, and it said he had been missing since 2015.
Could you imagine that shit? Rudolph be in your house damn near every day. His mom, you know his mom, she got your phone number. And then you find out Rudolph been missing. Like, wait a fucking minute. Excuse me. You like, wait a minute. This is crazy. Miss Eve. How you doing, Miss Eve?
Good morning, gorgeous.
Hold on. Did I put the violins on? I hope I didn't have the violins on. Oh, the good thing is, can't be on in here. That's crazy. Just like, you gotta look at yourself like that's like finding out that the neighbor that you've been at every barbecue, you done been at their house for dinner, that they've been kidnapping people and keeping them hostage in their basement for 10 years, and you like, what? No, like, we done went there for dinner. We went Thanksgiving there. We had parties in their backyard. My kids be in their pool. You telling me that they had people held hostage in the basement the whole time? Like, it's unbelievable.
I wasn't here in 2015, so I knew nothing about that because I watch the news every now and then. I don't watch it like that. So I never knew anything about that. That day I discovered that he's supposed to be missing since 2015. I say, how was he missing since 2015? And I met him in 2022. It's a bunch of people that's been in my home that knows him and they're not even living with me anymore.
Right. She's like, it's not possible. But you see how they're able to get away with it, right? They have a picture of a little boy, but they're looking for a grown-ass man. So they got a picture of a little boy. But he's been missing since he was 17, and they got billboards and everything. But what is the picture? It's not a picture of a 17-year-old. It's a picture of more like a 12-year-old. So they've been using this same picture to find a grown man for 8 years. There ain't no intentions of finding nobody. You can't be serious. You trying to find a man based on his baby pictures. Like, what we doing? What we doing? Are you telling me you were looking for an adult based on their baby pictures? Like this is a baby. The picture is basically the picture of a baby because he's a young teenager. Doesn't look the same as an adult, I'm sure.
But they can tell you that they know a Mexican guy named Dolph. And if you show them a picture of him, they'll...
And confirmation for anybody who didn't know and wanted to know, Mexican. Dolph is Mexican. Rudy, seems like he comes from a Mexican family. The neighbor just pointed that out.
Tell you that's who they know, because that's who we know. She's saying we talked to her nephew. The number that we had for her son, so-called son, is not his number. That was her nephew number. I told her all she have to do is bring her nephew to my presence and ask her nephew what's inside of my house. Dolph no.
So now the mother is trying to dispute that was Dolph, that these neighbors been interacting and having in their house for about a year or more than a year. The mother is now trying to say that wasn't her son that these people spend time with. It's actually her nephew. Well, as you can hear, this woman is saying, well, if it's your nephew that I've been spending time with, why don't you bring him in front of me and let him tell me what's in my house? Because Dolph is in my house every goddamn day, so he can tell you all kind of stuff in my house. Let your nephew come tell me what's in my house. That's how sure she is about this. The culprit is his mother. Lock her up. Well, we'll get to that. Definitely we'll get to that.
Because he's been inside of my house. And I told her, they run around saying that this is her nephew that everybody has seen. Why isn't a lie detector test, or nobody has went into the home and took DNA evidence at the house? Because the boy had been living there since I've been at my home.
So what was your reaction when you heard Rudy was found slumped over outside of a church last week and then taken to the hospital? What went through your heart and your mind first?
He may have been slumped over due to being on some type of drug, because like I told people, every time I saw him, I never saw him with a sober mind.
This boy was on drugs. Let's add that to all my note takers out there. We got the Mexican. We got the mom reporting and lying to neighbors. We got people not even knowing that this nigga's missing. We got billboards, all type of shit. Add that this young boy is on drugs. Addicted. A drug addict. Now make sure let that marinate so that we can now understand how complicated this situation gets. And don't worry. That shit only gets more complicated. Extremely complicated. But just understand now that we just added drugs into the situation, and this boy is actively a drug addict, like a fiend. I want you to look at it like this boy is a fiend, like a dope fiend, like a crackhead. A young crackhead. Not to say that he's on crack. I just want you to visualize that, because you know a crackhead is on drugs, so they carry themselves a certain way, and just imagine him being like that because he's an addict. The boy is an addict, right? We said black folks who let anybody in their house.
He was always saying that he needed some mushrooms or shrooms to get high.
Drug of choice, hallucinogens. Hallucinogens. Drug of choice, the shit that make you see things. The shit that make you escape from reality. The shit that make you make decisions that when you come down from it, you don't know who made the decisions. This is what we're dealing with. We're dealing with somebody that will be on a drug that'll make them do some shit, and then when they come off the high, they didn't know they did it. So he's dealing with some drugs here. This is hallucinogens here. Shit that'll make you see things. Stuff that's not even there. Hear shit. This is I don't want to say the name on my All right, this is the Roach King girl right here. This is the Roach King girl. I don't want to bring that type of stuff on this content. But let's just say this is the Roach King girlfriend right here.
Him, I never saw him with a sober mind. He was always saying that he needed some mushrooms or shrooms to get high, and he smoked marijuana, and he was always high. He was never sober. But when he would come, what was like getting to me was like you could tell it was something.
Bruh, you know when they say you always high, you never sober? You understand what I'm saying? They said always high, never sober. She made it a point to let you know, like, man, there ain't a time when I seen this man sober.
Something wrong with him because he was like always, he was like, if he came down here and she called his phone, he wouldn't answer. So that was one red flag.
So she says if he was around her and away from in the house and the mom called, he wouldn't answer. I mean, that's typical not want to be bothered type shit. So that wouldn't really raise too much of an alarm. You just don't feel like being bothered right now. You're going to call her back later or something. Shout out to Nashawn in the building. Nashawn, what would you like to be called, Darrell or Nashawn? Because I'm hearing conflicting information about what name you're going by these days. Just highly favored. What you talking about?
Keisha, very quickly, we've got about 10 seconds left. What was your impression of his mother?
I thought she was a weird lady. I didn't talk to her. She would only talk to my son and my cousin because I wouldn't talk to her because I noticed some things about him that when his mom called, I thought she was some weirdo.
Right.
But when I met her,
Keisha
she gave me a different impression.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find.
All right. So we got an idea of what the neighborhood, how they viewing the situation. Just imagine that the neighbors see this man. Some of them interact with this man. Some of them might have let him in the house. Some of them interact with the mom. Some of them have direct contact with the mom, be it social media or maybe text message or phone number. So they pretty much all have the same perspective. Damn, we ain't know this boy was missing. Right. So this just so we understand where we at. Now that's what everybody understanding of this situation is, and the main thing here that we feel is a big problem is this woman has been reporting this boy missing, knowing that he's been living with her. So this is the biggest part of the case right here. At this time, this is what got people questioning, and you know, this is what's raising people's eyebrow. But this is the main criminal part of the case at this point. So people feel like, you know, she took advantage of the system or whatever the case may be. So everybody's interested in the story, basically because this boy been missing for 8 years, and the mom has been lying. This guy's been living amongst people and interacting with police. He's been having police contact. So it's interesting to hear how the fuck this was able to happen. So that's the interest. That's the main interest of the story at this point. And then we're gonna get more information that's gonna turn this thing upside down on his head. But let me catch up with the comments first before we get to that. And she let this dog in the house every day despite knowing he was always in a druggy state. Yeah, I know people like that. He's basically one of the people you still look out for in the neighborhood, even though he got problems and stuff. He don't steal. It don't seem like he's stealing from them like what crackheads would do. He's just probably a drug addict dude. And they probably use him for stuff. So they probably use him to clean out the garage, clean up the driveway, maybe mow the lawn. You know, that's what you use those drug addicts in the neighborhood for. So they probably used him for stuff like that. And then you would give them food, you would give them your old clothes, you know, anything that you feel like they can use, you'll give it to them. And catch up with these comments and you want to be called Armando Blue? All right, well, god damn, you just looking to be somebody's son. All right, Nashawn's new name is Armando Blue, man. Yo, Rich, salute to Rich in the building. Oh. And make sure you guys sub up to Rich. Go check out the news, sports, and the comedy. Armando Wetback. Oh, yeah. Oh, you speak that language? I don't speak that language. All right, am I caught up yet? I almost caught up. Rally Time TV. Don't follow the YouTube politics. I'll try my best, man. I ain't going to let them catch me. How they get a pass the school system when he was 17? We're going to get to that. I'm glad. You see, that's why I like having free-thinking people who brain be working. Oh, that's an interesting theory there, Mr. Nola. He said from the looks of it, she might have been doing drugs with him. That's an interesting theory, sir. How did they get past the schools? Listen, Black Media Fire, Black Fire Media. Great question. Now, this is about to take a twist. And I have to warn you, the things that you're about to hear might be disturbing. It might be disturbing. Actually, it is disturbing. You about to be disturbed. I'm letting y'all know right now, you about to be disturbed. So viewer discretion is advised. You are about to be disturbed. Now, Quanell X. Now we're gonna listen to him speak on a situation, and you might wonder, well, who is he and why are we listening to him? Well, Quanell X was called to come to the aid of the family. And while he was there by their side, he learned this information from Mr. Rudolph himself. And after we watch this video, we're going to see another video of Quanell X explaining how he ended up meeting the parents, the family, and why he was there in the first place. So we're going to hear him speak right now. He's going to let you know what he heard. Now, the boy was found. He went to the hospital, all that and all that. Quanell and his people were called. They came down. They were with the police, the family, the mom, everybody. And that's when Rudolph told him specifically the details that we're about to hear now. And Quanell X has been crying. Quanell X's eyes is bloodshot red from crying, from being with the police, the Rudolph and his mom and whatever, the family. Quanell has been crying. So just from seeing and realizing that this man has been crying, it raises more alarms to try to figure out, well, what the hell did this man hear that made him so emotional? Because I know Quanell X. These men been around for all type of stuff. I'm talking about all kind of tragedies. These men been there at people's side. They done seen tragedies. They done heard some tragedies. So I'm like, well, what kind of tragedy did he hear? Because tragedy, like these people are used to tragedies. It got to be real bad when you see them break down because they seen it. They done seen a lot of it. So when you see these people break down, it makes you have to wonder, well, how bad is this? This might be real bad. Play it? No, I'm not playing it. No. Yeah. Are you getting impatient there, distracted one? She over here like, play it, sis. Play at your own risk, okay?
Niggas caught me slipping once, okay, so what? Someone.
Hit the cash. Hit the cash.
Play at your own risk. Shout out to Distracting One for being impatient. She's like, play it. No. Yeah, that came out of nowhere, right? Right, Nation? Why it look like his head grew around his... I swear, when I noticed it, I was like, bro, he put on the sunglasses and it just like the sunglasses just started sinking into his head. It started like started going into his head. It started becoming part of his head. Can I bring you up to speed? Well, I think we're up to speed. Don't worry, Nation. As we go through this, they're gonna go over the whole thing over and over and over. So by the time, trust me, you're gonna hear it. You're gonna hear it quite a few times. You're gonna hear the scenario quite a few times by the time we get through this. So don't even worry about it. You're gonna get filled in. You're gonna be filled in. Don't worry about it. Y'all got jokes in the chat. Look, y'all joke around. Y'all joke for anything, bro. This is a serious topic. Y'all over here joking, of course, because these are wabbits. All they do is wabbitry. Yo, that avatar is fire, bro. That gold is gold. Well, I don't give them much credit for anything. I'm just saying they've been around. I was just pointing out they've been around. It is what it is. I ain't really giving them credit for nothing. Shout out to you, Rich, man. I appreciate that. Is that Ben Crumb twin brother? Y'all got jokes. Cino 2.0. That's the first person I thought of when I did see him, though.
Uh-oh. Dun, dun, dun.
That's who I thought of when I saw him, though. I thought of Carsino. I thought of Carsino. I thought of...
Uh-oh. Dun, dun, dun.
Oh man, I thought about Carsino when I saw that. All right, Quanell X, ladies and gentlemen. He's about to give us an insight on what he learned from being with the parents and Mr. Rudolph himself.
So you've been here with Rudy and his mother?
For a few hours, yes.
What are the conversations?
Hold on, what's happening here?
Let me first apologize for my appearance.
I'm not hearing
I
nothing.
received an emergency phone call to get over. Credit card in his pocket.
Oh no.
Okay, fire with your question.
Why this shit so low? Was y'all able to hear that? Nah, I can't. Y'all can't be able to hear that. Why the fuck this volume so low? Hold on, y'all. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. No, why the volume so low on that? PLAY. If you play with me, it's at your risk. Play at your own risk, yeah. And I'm about to push this through the software real quick. I don't know why it's so low. I'm about to push this through the software, through the editor, and turn the volume up. It's gonna take me a couple minutes. But y'all know me. I know how to kill time. What? What? What is this shit trying to tell me? Hold on, y'all. Some bullshit. If you play with me, it's at your risk. Hold on. I guess I would just do it the other way. Cancel that. We're gonna do it the other way. Hold on. Hold up. I don't know why that thing is so low. Volume low on that one. So now I gotta go and get the original video and just use that. If you play with me. All right, give me a second. We almost ready. Almost ready.
Said that she often locked him in the room. That she would give him. Said that she often locked him in the room. That she would give him drugs and lock him in the room. And there's a whole lot of
Fucking hater. There we go. All right, so here we are. Y'all ready? Y'all can hear me? We good? We good to go? Quan LX, ladies and gentlemen. Let me catch up on these comments again because I'm behind. Quan El Cino. Y'all something else. Y'all be just doing the most. Oh, he sure do. Hell yeah, he do. Oh, you hit that 1.7? All right, catch up, catch up. It's definitely too low. It's definitely too low. You can hear it. I wasn't able to hear it too good. I needed it. I need to make sure that I hear it clear. The audio was good, really? The audio was good? It wasn't sounding good to me because I'm. Okay. Shit. Oh. Y'all heard it? I keeping y'all in suspense. My bad now, but I thought it sounded really Are you guys getting oh y'all been good, my bad. Information man, salute to you, man. Hey, come on, we rocking out, y'all. Don't be mad at me. It just sounded really low to me, man.
Fire with your questions.
So you've been here.
Nah, fuck that. This shit sounds super low to me when I do it this way. We just gonna do it this way right here.
Okay, fire with your questions.
So you've been here with Rudy
Hold
and
on.
his mother?
For a few hours, yes.
This thing low in my damn ear. This shit low either way. Shit low here too. Alright, fuck it. My goodness. This thing is just low. It just sounds low in my ear. I don't know why.
Okay, fire with your questions.
So you've been here with Rudy and his mother?
For a few hours, yes.
What are the conversations like?
Let me first apologize for my appearance. I received an emergency phone call to get over here for this meeting with the detectives, and Rudy's mother and Rudy. And so I dropped everything I was doing and made it as fast as I possibly could. And I spent about an hour and 20 minutes.
You said now, all right. Now it's low, but it was good before. Cut it out, y'all. Hold on. Listen. It's been low for me. It ain't stopped being low. It's been low from the start. Let me see something. I need it to be I need y'all to be able to hear it, but if you're saying it's low, it just told me it wasn't low. Tell me it is low. All right, I'm about to play this right now. Let me know if it's low.
So you've been here with Rudy and his mother?
For a few hours, yes.
What are the conversations like?
Let me first apologize for my appearance. I received an emergency phone call to get over here for this meeting.
Is it low? I'm glad you know this story, Queen, but don't let me have to skip your comments. Hello, can y'all let me know? Is it low? Can y'all hear it? Was y'all able to hear it when I played it? You're not answering. But you're the one that was complaining. I'll just play it without you. Because you was the one who was complaining about not hearing it is the one that's going to say you not answering. Okay, well, I'll just keep playing it. Because you was the one complaining. Like, you don't want to tell me if you hear it or not, shit, then I shouldn't even stop. I should just continue. You was the one complaining. All right, distracting. Got you. I was talking to Relly, actually, distracting, not you. Julie, good morning. It's low, but you can hear it. All right. I don't like even hearing that it's low. I don't even like hearing that it's low. And because of that, I'm gonna need to fix it. Can't deal with it like that. Can't deal with that. It's low stuff. Now I done closed my editor. Now I gotta open it back up. I can't deal with that. It's slow. I don't like that. Here. God damn, you a hater. Let's see if it's gonna work in here. It's good just turn the earbuds. Listen, I don't like it to be low. I need that shit clear so that everybody can hear clearly. So all right. Let me see. If I can maybe put it in here. And turn the volume up in here. Funny how it works in here, but it didn't work in there. Okay, now let me see if I can turn up the volume over here.
Okay, fire away with your questions.
So you've been here with Rudy and his mother?
For a few hours.
That's loud enough. That's about as loud as I can get it with this. And let's make it happen. And we're going to put that in the right folder. Hold on. Hold up, y'all. Export that. How long is it going to take? It's going to take about 5 minutes. And I can roll my spliff in the meantime. Now, so shout out to y'all. Let me see what's going on in the chat. Yeah, I need to be able to hear it. Y'all said y'all could hear it, but I wasn't able to hear it. And at this point, it's easier for me to just put it through the editor, turn the audio up, and render that shit. This way, everybody is happy. I'm happy. Just play it now because I'm trying to give a presentation. I want to make sure that people hear what's going on. Tomboy89, salute. Fix this out. I can cancel this. Cancel that. I don't know what's going on, but he sounds suspicious. Why would he bring up his appearances? What happened? You know what, Tomboy? That's actually a good observation, right? Okay, so I understand. I know it might seem a little weird to you, and I definitely understand because you're not familiar with this guy, right? So, Quanell X is part of the Nation of Islam. He's a top ranking member in the Nation of Islam. If you're familiar with the Nation of Islam, they have a dress code in public. I'm sure that if you know of the Nation of Islam and you know how they present themselves, they are always in suits. So this situation called for this man to be out of uniform, basically. So the fact that he's dressed in regular clothes is a problem in public representing the nation. So that's how urgent of a situation this was, where he wasn't even able to get in uniform. He came in his regular clothes. So that's why he apologized, because he's on a public stage now speaking to the press in regular clothes. And he's a Nation of Islam member. So that's why you're seeing him. That's why he's made those statements. Hold on, my frame rate's dropped. My frame rate's dropped. Give me a second. Let it pick back up because I'm running stuff in the background. All right, I think I got about 2 or 3 more minutes before this thing is done. So we're going to kill some more time. Catch up on these comments. He just finished crying. That's a fact, sir. That's a fact. Bro, just a low talking pimp. Well, I want to make sure everybody's able to hear the information. That's the main thing. That's the main thing. Being able to hear the information. He using the sexy voice. Nah, bro, he was just finished crying. The man is emotional at that point. No, someone didn't die, but just to bring you up to speed, a boy was reported missing for 8 years now. He was 17 years old when he went missing, and he's just been found 8 years later. Turns out this boy had been living with his mom for the whole 8 years. The mom who reported him missing. This thing needs to hurry up and render because my frame rates keep dropping. So, turns out that this boy has been living with the mom for 8 years while the mom has been reporting him as missing actively throughout the 8 years. And there's people, neighbors, who's been interacting with the mom and the son, and they had no clue and no idea that this boy was missing. So that now raised a lot of concerns. It made the news, and now we're finding there's another piece to this story, and this is it that we're about to listen to. But the audio is low, so right now I'm going through the process of putting it through my editor and turning up the audio. So I'm just waiting for it to finish so that we can take it from there. Oh, well, thank you. It's just Gems. Able to give. I mean Gems' eye view. Able to give that rundown. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. You mean to tell me? You mean to tell me? All right, let me. Shout out to Distracted One. Man, my first time hearing about this was crazy. But this part of the story is, man, this part right here changes the whole dynamics of everything. It no longer becomes a missing person story, and it's now a whole nother kind of case, and it becomes, oh my God, this man has just finished crying. This man has just finished crying, and he's gonna get emotional while he speaks on this. Absolutely, absolutely. Shout out to you, Anthea87. Oh, okay. You don't know who that is? Hey, listen. Shit. you might learn of them if you follow this case a little bit, because Quanell X, he's all over this one. Nah, those ain't crocodile tears. You know why, Casa Matajaga? You know why they're not crocodile tears? Because just him telling the story would make you tear up. So just being a human being who has empathy and know when you hear something hurtful, you can feel somebody's pain even though you don't go through it. That man was able to convey, you can feel his pain, and he's not even the one that went through it. I felt this man's pain, and he's not even the one who went through it. So just him hearing another person's pain made him feel pain. And as he was expressing the pain of someone else, I was feeling his pain. I was like, yeah, this is real. This ain't no nothing to play with. This ain't nothing to play with. All right, we're finished. It's finished downloading and rendering. We are ready to go. Let me get rid of this one. Pull up this one.
Okay, fireworks questions.
So you've been here with Rudy and his mother?
For a few hours, yes.
What are the
What's going on here? All right. All right, at this moment, y'all should be able to hear now. No problem. I don't want to hear no drama from y'all.
Okay, fireworks questions.
Yeah. Volume up, y'all. Volume is up. Don't play with me. Don't play with it. Don't play with it. The volume is up. Oh, shout out to Tomboy89 for becoming a member. Welcome to Wabbitry. Oh. Shout out to Tomboy89, man. I appreciate that. Joining the Wabbitry. God damn, how far up am I? No. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. All right, now we can hear it. Long live EA, salute. Judge City Judy. I'm trying to stick around, but damn. Judge City Judy, hey, we be rocking out over here, but I got it, though. I got it. We ready when we good to go. No more stalling out. Everything's ready.
Okay, fireworks questions.
So you've been here with Rudy and his mother?
For a few hours, yes.
What are the conversations like?
Let me first apologize for my appearance. I received an emergency phone call to get over here for this meeting with the detectives, and Rudy's mother and Rudy. And so I dropped everything I was doing and made it as fast as I possibly could.
So he was called to be there for Rudy's mother and Rudy. So this man is come there for the family. He don't know what's going on. All he knows is this man, there's a missing kid that was found, and the mother and the family wants him by their side. They called for this man. They called for this man.
And I spent about an hour and 20 minutes.
So it's been about an hour and 20 minutes. Thaddeus, salute. An hour and 20 minutes now that he was speaking with the family and everything. All right.
One-on-one with Rudy and with one of the detectives.
So he said he spoke one-on-one with Rudy and one of the detectives. Look at this man's face. Look at this man's eyes. He already ready to cry. Again, you could tell he's been crying, but he ready to cry again. He ain't even tell the story yet. The man ain't even tell the story yet. We gonna make sure we get a good look. The man ain't even tell his story yet. He ready to cry.
I heard horrific things from that young man. And I did not want him to see me start shedding tears, but I couldn't hold back the tears because of the things he was saying to us.
You hear what this man is saying? He's saying the boy was telling him stuff, and he's trying not to cry in front of this boy, but couldn't even help it. You know there's some things that make you want to cry, and you got to be strong, and you end up holding back the tears, and you're able to do it, and you was able to fight those tears. He's expressing that he tried to do that and couldn't do it. He tried that shit. He couldn't do it.
Detective and myself, no child should ever be treated like that by your own mother. This young man said that when he initially ran away, he came back 2 days later.
This is important, y'all. Rudy said when he ran away the first time 8 years ago, he was back in 2 days. He was back home in 2 days, so he did run away. But he came back home within 2 days. That's Quanell X from the Nation of Islam. He looks like Carcino and quite a few other people.
Uh-oh. Dun, 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 dun.
What? Damn. My computer acting up, boy. My computer under pressure right now. What are they going to do to the mother? Well, you probably got to get towards the end of the show to get to that. Or you might have to go check it out. But we're going to get to that. Nikki Love, salute. Is the family back? If the family black? No, they are Mexican, Nikki Love. This is a Mexican family. Mexican.
Be treated like that by your own mother. This young man said that when he initially ran away, he came back 2 days later, and she told him that he had to hide, that he was going to get in trouble, and they were going to arrest him for running away.
Now, understand this. What was put in this boy's head. So he ran away. It's been 2 days. The mother reported him missing, right? Because as she should. Yeah, my computer crying up. Bro, I got so much stuff downloaded on my computer. Like, bro, it's like, bro, that shit's starting to be like, sis, you know what you need to do. My computer like, sis, come on now. And like, I've been working for you, but come on, sis, you overdoing me. My computer like, nigga, you are overworking me. But, you know, of course she's supposed to report him missing. She reported him missing. But then when he returned, she did not report it to the police and report it to authorities and let them know that he has returned. He is no longer missing. He is found. Instead, she told that young boy that he has to hide and continue hiding because he's missing, and if the police find him, he's going to get in trouble. Now, this is a mother telling her son that. Telling him he has to continue to live in hiding because the police are looking for him, and if they find him, he's going to get in trouble for running away in the first place.
And that he had to continue hiding. And so she hid him out for a while.
Trying to understand the connection between the family and the Nation of Islam. There really isn't no connection between the family and the Nation of Islam, and the fact that they're Mexican. What they're doing is they're using the fact that they are minorities, and because they are minorities, high-profile case has to do with the police, the system. They're reaching out to the people that represent minorities in these type of situations. So she has to kind of reach out to them unless they're going to make this a Mexican thing. But because she's a minority, these are the people who speak up for minorities in America. It's just that most of the time it's usually black people, but you'll find them in all this type of stuff. So the reason why the Mexican and Nation of Islam connection comes in is just the fact that they're minorities.
Then brought him back to the house and hid him in the home, and initially when continued hiding, and so she hid him out for a while, then brought him back to the house and hid him in the home, and initially whenever the investigators would come, she would hide him in the house.
So we have investigators that would come, search the house, actively investigate to see if they're making any headway in finding this boy. And the mother was actively hiding this boy, from the police. Actively hiding.
And he kept saying, I don't want her to go to prison. I don't want her to get in trouble. I don't want her to go to jail. And so we asked him, why did you run away? And he said he just got tired of her not respecting his boundaries.
Boundaries. When I heard boundaries, I'm like, shit. It said boundaries. As soon as you start hearing boundaries, you automatically start thinking like, bro, when we say boundaries, when we defining as boundaries, because that's when your ears start to perk up and your eyes start to lift up, your eyebrows start to go up, because you said boundaries. When we say boundaries, how are we defining boundaries? Because as soon as you use those type of words, that's when weird and strange and all kind of like this, boundaries. When you say boundaries, why are we using this word? Why did you pick that particular word to use? Boundaries? Listen. So, leading up and listening to the words that they're using, I'm already starting to brace myself. Like, what am I about to hear? Because these words that this man is using, this man is about to cry. This man, what in the world is this man about to say?
And she said that he wanted his own life. And his exact word was, I was tired of living like a slave.
Now, when I heard that, I said, okay, well, you know what? He wanted his own life. He was tired of living like a slave. I like the mom was probably got this boy in there like Cinderella. Where's this boy's father? Who knows? He probably back in Mexico. I don't know. We're probably going to find out information about this. So, he wanted his own life. He tired of living like a slave. So I'm thinking, oh, she must have had this dude like Cinderella in there. He can't have no friends. He can't be on the computer. It's just straight got him like, like a slave in there. So I start feeling like, okay, well, she done had this boy in there like a butler, like a maid, basically a slave. And trust me, I've seen that in my life. I've seen grown men and women live like a slave because they live with their mom. They're completely dependent on their mother and father. And they're in their 30s and 40s living like little children. I've seen it. So I started figuring like, okay, well, maybe that's what this boy is going through. He probably was in one of them situations where the moms got him living like a little boy. He got to go to bed at a certain time. He can't come in the house after certain, you know what I mean? Like that type of stuff. So I figured, okay, well, because ain't nobody dead in this situation. There's nobody hurt. So I'm not thinking nothing worse. So I'm thinking, okay, well, she probably was an abusive mom as far as the way she dealt with him. She was too strict. First thing that comes to mind when he starts talking like this is, this mother is extremely strict, overly strict.
In his boundaries. And she said that he wanted his own life. And his exact word was, I was tired of living like a slave. She would take him to work with her, and he would do the required work she was supposed to do.
What? That's when it started to kick in that this ain't a little kid for me. That's when it started to kick in for me that this is not a little kid. She's taking him to work with her and making him do her job, and all the stuff that she's required to do for work, he got to do it. And I'm like, yo, this is getting stranger and stranger by the minute. I'm like, what kind of job is this? I start wondering, like, what kind of business establishment is this? Like, where they let this kid, what job is it where he can do her job for her? And I'll start thinking they probably work at a restaurant. I start thinking all kind of stuff. Because I need it to make sense. And I'm like, well, why? I understand that. Okay, so I'm thinking that there probably must be some physical abuse or something. Because why is this man so emotional, though? I know it's a bad situation and we could just get him out of it. But why is this man so emotional? From what you're saying, I understand that, it's a touchy subject, and she got him working for her and all that, taking advantage of him. But I'm like, well, why is this man so emotional?
And a lot of the responsibilities of her job was on him. And he went on to say that what troubled him the most was her crossing his personal space boundaries.
There you go again with this personal space boundaries talk. I'm like, where is this man getting at? This person, because listen, he said boundaries already, then he went to the slave thing and kind of, all right, well, he probably talking about it. Now he's back with what's worse than the work thing is the boundaries. And I'm like, what is this boundaries?
He said that she would make him sleep in the bed with her.
And that's when I realized where this is going. That's when I realized where this is going. And I'm like, no. And I'm like, oh, hell no. No. Damn. That's when I'm like, nah, bruh. Wait a minute. When you say sleep in the bed with her, can you define sleep in the bed with her? When you say sleep in the bed with her, what do you mean sleep in the bed with her? Like, bruh. Yeah.
And he said that she made him play daddy.
When I heard that, was nothing else to hear, bro. And you see how this man is crying just about to say that shit because you know what it's like to have your mother tell you you gotta play daddy? What? Do you know what daddy do? You know what? Nigga, what? This woman told this man that he gotta play daddy. 17 years old, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. She got herself a boyfriend. He's crying because imagine a young boy who's telling you that he was forced to do these things to his own mother. Could you imagine the boy crying when he's telling you this? Could you imagine the conversation with the boy who's telling you this if it's bothering him so much? Do you think that emotion gonna get transferred to you? Because it's a pain. It's a pain that you feel that you're sharing with somebody. It's this thing we got called empathy. And we're able to feel other people's pain even if we ain't go through it. And this man had direct contact with that boy, and that boy reached out to him and poured his heart out to him. So you already know he transferred all his energy to this man. That boy put all his sadness and his burden onto that man. Now he got to carry it. Now he has to carry it because he knows it. He knows about it, has been put onto him. Now he has to carry that shit. This type of information is a burden. I'm sure he did like, why me, Lord? Why they call me? He probably like, God, why me, God? Why you couldn't call somebody else for this?
Said that she made him play daddy. He said that he didn't like getting in the bed with her. That he would try to sneak out of the bed and sometime hide under the bed, but she told him he had to be her husband.
No, you hear what you not only play daddy, but you gotta be my husband. You gotta be my husband. You know this part. Y'all remember I showed you what the mom looked like, right? Remember I zoomed in and gave y'all a good look at the mom. This young boy can't even get the girls he want. He gotta mess with this old woman. Could you imagine how creeped out he is when he see that old lady take off her clothes and try to have sex with him? Or force him to have sex with her? With that old body? That old body that don't do no sit-ups, no exercises, no nothing, just and gotta lift up that fupa. Come on, man. This is a young dude. Could you imagine every time he about to have sex with her, he start crying? Every time he about to have sex with her, he starts crying. And she, get over here. Come here. Suck on my titty. And he's crying while she's forcing him to suck on her titty and do sexual acts or sexual favors to her. And he's crying. Because he don't want to do it. It's his mom. That's what I'm trying to show you. Like, shit. I can't imagine that, because once you start hearing these type of stories, you start imagining if it was you or if it was somebody else. And once you put your foot in somebody else's shoes, you start feeling what they feel. You start feeling what they feel, and you be like, man. Yeah, it's not easy. It's not easy. Ah, man. Hold on. This one right here. This right here, nigga. This right here.
That's a damn shame, man. a little boy said she was the one providing drugs to him for years.
There's the fucking kicker. How was she able to get this young boy to continue on this behavior without running for help? By turning him into she turned this boy into a drug addict, man. She turned him into an addict so she can have the control she wanted over this boy. Now, it hurts even more, doesn't it? It hurts even more, don't it? She turned him into a dependent, because once he's addicted on the drugs, no matter how far he run, guess where he's coming? Right back. No matter how many times he try to escape, you don't got no job, you don't got no income, you don't got no nothing. When it starts kicking in, you got to run right back to her to get your fix. She got him on a leash. It definitely will probably be a movie about this. It's going to be on Lifetime, most likely. She got this boy on a leash because she got him addicted to drugs. And she's his sole provider. Bruh, I can't make this up.
Hallucination drugs, mushrooms, etc. was the one provider. That's a damn shame, man. A little boy said she was the one providing drugs to him for years. Hallucination drugs, mushrooms, etc. And that the reason why he was left, he was just tired of her crossing his boundaries. When he would shower, she would come and pull the shower curtain back and stare at him, and then she would make him bathe her.
No! No! Could you imagine how creeped out he was? And could you imagine every time you get naked and go in the shower, and you over here taking a shower, you hear the bathroom door open, you see the shower curtain go back, And you already know, man, she want me to bathe her. Man, she gonna want me to have sex with her in the shower. Like, I don't feel like having sex with you. I don't want to do it. But you don't got a choice. Now, come on. Soak me up. Lather me up. Come on. Get all between my legs. All right? Just lather me up. Could you imagine? He mad as hell. Could you imagine this nigga mad as hell, foaming, ready to cry? But he got to lather her up and all that. And then he's a drug addict on top of that. So she's keeping him in a real docile state. She's keeping him in a real docile state. This is sick. This is sick. Marshall Chambers, salute, man. This is sick. Shit. This is 2023. I don't even think we're supposed to be hearing these kind of cases. We're supposed to be hearing about what used to happen. We're supposed to hear, this is supposed to be an old story from back in the days. No. This ain't supposed to be no 2023 story. This happening all July 4th and July 5th. Is what?
Soap. And he ran away this time. And of her crossing his boundaries when he would shower, she would come and pull the shower curtain back and stare at him, and then she would make him bathe her with the soap. And he ran away this time because he was tired.
Well, now, you've been doing this for many years. How emotional has today been with this case?
It's a goddamn shame. I ain't never in my life heard of a mother doing to a child what this woman did.
Were you at all there when the mother was questioned?
Yes.
And what was her reaction when
Yes.
you talked to her?
And I knew something was wrong with the story. When she was questioned, when they found him, he had her credit card in his pocket. She just crossed that.
Marshall Chambers donated $4.99 through Super Chat. Hell Wabbit Fund support.
Shout out to Marshall Chambers for that donation to the Hell Wabbit Fund. Oh, hello.
Donations. Gifts. Donations. Donations.
Oh.
Oh yeah. Come on, Wabbit. You got this. Come on, Wabbit. You got this. Come on, Wabbit. You got this. Come on, Wabbit. You got this.
Shout out to anonymous chick for that donation, for that Cash App. She says, I've been watching this. Quanell X gets answers every time. Shout out to anonymous chick for this. Shout out to Biz 101 for sending me some Bitcoin. Oh, I'm gonna accept that. Absolutely. Shout out to Biz 101 for sending some Bitcoin. I got more Bitcoin, y'all. I got more Bitcoin.
Donations. Gifts. Donations. Donations.
Oh yeah.
We getting that Hell Wabbit, y'all. We are getting that Hell Wabbit.
Come on, Wabbit. You got this. Come on, Wabbit. You got this. Come on, Wabbit. You got this.
We see wabbits everywhere.
Niggas caught me slipping once, okay, so what? Someone.
Hit the cash. Hit the cash.
at your own risk. Yeah. Shout out to Tomboy 89. That's the Hell Wabbit, man. Oh. If you play with me, it's at your risk. Bet I set you free. Play at your own risk. Say how long? What does it say? How long was this going on? This been going on probably before he even ran away. This has been probably going on before this man even ran away.
Drop a bag, drop a bag.
Fetch has donated $4.99 through Super Chat. Add another 5 to the Hell Wabbit Fund. Smiley face, smiley face, smiley face.
Shout out to Tatchus for that donation. Another $5 to the Hell Wabbit Fund. Oh!
Donations, 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 gifts, 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 donations, 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 gifts, gifts, donations, donations.
Boy, that computer like, nigga, you working. That motherfucking computer like, man, I'm getting worked.
Oh, yeah. Come on, Rabbit. You got this. Come on, Rabbit. You got this. Come on, Rabbit. You got this. Come on, Rabbit. You got this.
This has to been like I'm convinced that this been going on way before he even got he ran away the first time, before he was 17. This is so ongoing that this has possibly been going on since this boy has been in puberty. Like, when's the last time she had a boyfriend? You know what I'm saying? Judge Cutie, Judy, have a nice day. Yes, this is how we do over here. Catch you on the replay. Shit. Well, with Trey Spectives, on top of that, she has him drugged up. So she probably had him drugged up since a teenager, but she got him drugged up. That takes away a lot of his power. That takes away a lot of his physical power. Oh, you said. If you play with me. Yeah, this is definitely grooming. It's definitely grooming. Yeah. Oh, man, this thing got all kind of twists and turns.
Credit card 2.5 years ago. They found him. I knew something was wrong with the story. When she was questioned, when they found him, he had her credit card in his pocket. She just canceled that credit card 2.5 years ago. So if he's been missing for 8 years, how the hell he get your credit card in his pocket when they found him from 2.5 years ago?
What she mean?
And he said to us that she gave him that credit card so he could go and buy her certain things.
Or with the other.
Damn, boy. I mean, the mom is a criminal here. This is criminal. But listen, this is. I hope y'all are able to stay to the end of this live, because we're gonna see the conclusion in.
Drop a bag, drop a bag.
Kiss Mark, Distracting 1TM donated $5 through Super Chat. Let's see the car again. I'm going for a coffee refill.
Oh, shout out to Distracted One for that donation. She said, let's see the car again. I'm going for a coffee refill.
Donations, 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 gifts, 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 donations, 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 gifts, gifts. Donations. Donations. Donations.
Donations, gifts. Gifts.
Oh, yeah. Come on, rabbits. You got this. Come on, rabbits. You got this. Come on, rabbits. You got this. Come on, rabbits. You got this.
Come on, Wabbits. We got this. Shout out to Distracted One. Lock her up. There's people calling for that. Well, we actually have to have a discussion. We're gonna have to have a discussion about that.
Allegations. What was her response to those allegations?
She hadn't even heard them because we had to remove her from the room.
But so she hasn't been questioned about that?
Can you describe her demeanor and his demeanor during questioning?
When she was in the room, he wouldn't say nothing. He wouldn't say one word when she was in the room.
This man is scared of this woman at 25. He's scared to death of her. She got him like a little boy. This man is 25 years old, and he's scared to stand up to this woman.
But the minute she left the room and we were allowed to talk to a young man, and he asked. He said, can I speak with Mr. X by myself? Can I talk to Quanell by myself? And the detective was like, well, can one of us stay in the room? And he was like, okay, but I'll talk to him. When she left, when he first came here, he was holding on to her. He wouldn't talk to them. He wouldn't say one word to anybody. Like he was petrified. But the minute he got alone by himself, he slowly calmed down. And he slowly began to talk very coherently and specific details.
This is a man in his mid-20s. People might wonder, why not run away from this situation? Why not get yourself out of it? Did he give you any explanation about that?
I honestly believe, based on what he said to us, she was drugging the hell out this kid. And
Bruh. No, he's not a cop. He's actually a representative of the Nation of Islam. His name is Quanell X. He's a Nation of Islam member. He's an activist. She kept that boy drugged the fuck up. He helpless. He helpless. Especially on them drugs. She probably could fucking manhandle that nigga when he on them drugs.
Get yourself out of it. Did he give you any explanation about that?
I honestly believe, based on what he said to us, she was drugging the hell out this kid. And she convinced him that he was in trouble for initially running away and that law enforcement wanted to arrest him and put him in jail for running away.
So that makes sense. If you got this boy living in fear that police, if they ever catch up to him, would arrest him and he would get in trouble for running away. So all this time, this man who has the mentality of a little boy, this man is moving in fear. And anytime he has contact with the police, he won't give up his real name because he's under this impression. So the mom is mentally controlling this boy. Mentally. She has a chain and a padlock and key on his brain.
She had convinced him that all type of agencies were looking for him to put him in jail.
He was in plain sight, according to you, in that he would take her to work.
No, he would go to work with her.
Right. He would
stay at the job
she
with
would
her.
take him to work. Where did she work and where was he doing this work?
It was some kind of security job or something like that. Where they were at, I don't know, but it was a security type job, a nighttime security watch type job.
How did he end up in the church?
We still can't. He admitted that he had took mushrooms, okay? And 2 weeks before this, or a week of, maybe not even official, whole 2 weeks, her car was stolen, okay? When her car was stolen, she didn't know how the car was stolen, but the keys were in the car. And he stole the car. That's when he got into the accident in the car. And it was him that got into the accident in that car.
What was the story? I mean, this is 8 years he was reported missing. What's the story that he's been? I spoke to neighbors who said he went by dope, but he never kind of told anyone what happened. What was his story?
Because she had convinced him that he was in so much trouble for initially running away, and she gave this boy serious drugs to the point to where this boy needs extensive professional help.
How did he stay missing for so long? I mean, 8 years.
He was allowed to extensive professional help.
How did he stay missing for so long? I mean, 8 years.
He was allowed to visit with some of the neighbors under an assumed name. She believed that after so many years, people had forgotten about the case, and that under an assumed name, and convinced him to use that name, nobody would put two and two together.
But he never told any of the people that he was with what was happening?
The mom coach, boy, this mom, this is one of the mothers, boy. But we already know if this was a black family, this wasn't happening that easy. You'd have to be in a whole nother state and escape the whole family for the rest of the family to allow you to get away with this type of shit. Shit, we ain't playing that.
Never told anybody what was going on. And let me say this. That young man's body have scars all over it. Slice wounds from here, from literally his forearm to his wrist. All type of scars on this kid. And
from his forearms to his from his forearm to his wrist, that nigga was cutting his wrist. That boy was in there cutting himself. Could you imagine how many times? Could you imagine how much cut marks he got on himself, on his arms, from slicing his wrists?
And he said that she often locked him in the room, that she would give him the drugs and lock him in the room. And there's a whole lot of mental health issues there, I believe, induced because of the drugs that this young man was getting.
Damn. So, give you all the drugs and then lock you in the room. So you were in there bugging out. Shit, if you wasn't crazy before you went in the room, you gonna be crazy by the time she unlocked that motherfucker. Shit.
At any point during this process today, did you see the mother detained by HPD?
They took her to another room and kept her there for a minute after he had confided with us what was said. I know they were on the phone with the DA's office and their superiors about this case, but I want everybody to know something. This young boy was not kidnapped by some strangers and he got away and they found him. That's not the case here.
You know, this happened on Thursday, and we're nearly a week later, and investigators waited almost a week to speak to him. Hearing the story that you heard, is it a concern that they waited this long to hear from him, given the story that you were told? It seems like he's had 8 years of dealing with this, and now another week.
I was shocked that they have not done more. I was shocked that they had not executed a search warrant on the home. I was shocked by that. And I said, don't you all think you need to get busy and execute a search warrant on that home? And the young man made it crystal clear to us that that's where he was, in the house. But he was living under this fake assumed name.
You think police failed in this situation?
Oh, big time. No doubt about it. Absolutely they did. Because there were several instances where calls were made about him to law enforcement, and they did not properly follow up and follow through based on the history of that address.
So we got a lot of stuff going on. Police had contact and came in contact with this boy many a times, and he just gave them false information, and the mom gave them false information.
Because she hadn't changed addresses.
And some residents were saying this morning that she brought bags and she was trying to leave. Do we know something about
She was
that?
trying to do what?
She was trying to leave the house. She was trying to leave the house?
She did leave the house.
So she was trying to escape?
She did leave the house, and she was trying to get away from the house, yes.
Why was she at this hotel?
She said she felt that she was not safe going home because she had been receiving threats.
Wow. Yeah, this is faulty police work for sure. For sure. But then again, is this one of those places that actually put financial resources into cases like this, which is not high profile? Regular missing person, file a report. I'm not sure if they're putting all the resources they need to put into it.
Now, is the police investigation over? Where are they?
I can't say at what state their investigation is. But what I can say, it ain't no way in hell that woman shouldn't be locked up immediately, and that boy needs to go to the best drug rehab and best psychological mental health facility that we can find for him. He's a good kid. That kid was just severely abused.
And what was the mother's reaction when you brought these stories to her?
I couldn't go back in the presence at that point. The police felt it was just best that she and I not speak again.
Wow.
Because I was bitter.
Is she aware of these, that the son?
Yo, can you
Yes,
imagine?
she's aware.
He said the police said it's best if he not speak to her again. That, you know, if y'all ever seen him, how he deal with them reporters, bro, he would have gave that lady a piece of his mind. He would have gave that lady a piece of his mind.
She goes back in there and tries to tell him, and she don't even know that was recorded.
Aware of these, that the son told you?
Yes, she's aware. He felt it was just best that she and I not speak.
Reaction when you brought these stories to her?
I couldn't go back in the presence at that point. The police felt it was just best that she and I not speak again. Because I was bitter.
Is she aware of these, that the son told you?
Yes, she's aware. And then she goes back in there and tries to tell him, and she don't even know that was recorded. Tell him that you made it all up. That was just a lie.
You said he would.
So the mother went back in there to speak with the boy. She don't know that she's being recorded. She tells the boy to take all that stuff you said back, tell him you made it up, and it's all a lie.
She would ask him to play daddy. Can you just, she was sexually abused?
She would ask him to play daddy. She told him that he had to be the husband. She would force him to sleep in the bed with her. And he was forced to sleep at times in the beds with no clothes on.
Was anything physically done?
Yes, but I don't want to talk about the kissing and all.
So there's details. He's being vague, talking about sleeping in the bed with her and sleep naked. There's more details into actual events or more descriptive description about what was actually taking place in the bed while they were laying in the bed.
All of that stuff and clothes on.
Was anything physically done?
Yes, but I don't want to talk about the kissing and all of that stuff. And
But he was telling you that there was some sort of sexual action that was happening between him and
ask you a question. If your mother tongue kissing you in the bed with her naked, what the hell is that? I mean, damn, dude, do you have to go that far? That's what happened. This is sick.
What else?
This ain't normal. This is sick.
Computer acting up again. Hold on.
Cornell, if these allegations are true.
Hold on. That nigga getting upset. He said if your mother is tongue kissing you in the mouth, like, cause they trying to get him to say that she had sex with him. They trying to get him to say it out his mouth. But he's not. He's basically like, man, you can't understand what I'm saying. Like, you want me to say it? Like, bruh, she's kissing her son in the mouth, tongue kissing him, sleeping naked in the bed with him. What more do you want me to say? You can't get the picture? Do I really have to spell it out to you? He getting upset. It's like, bruh, what? Do I really got to spell this out to you? You can't understand what I'm telling you?
Him to sleep in the bed with him. And he was forced to sleep at times in the beds with no clothes on.
Was anything physically done?
Yes. But I don't want to talk about the kissing and all of that stuff.
But he was telling you that there was some sort of sexual action that was happening between him and his...
Ask you a question. If your mother tongue kissing you in the bed with her naked, what the hell is that? I mean, damn, do we have to go that far? That's what happened. This is sick.
Cornell,
this ain't normal. This is sick.
Cornell, if these allegations are true.
Well, Cornell is, boy, he is getting pissed. You see, he is pissed. And these questions only making him mad.
And I understand the position you're in. If they are true, how long before you think there's an arrest?
Based on what that young man said to me in front of the detective, I don't see why she's not in handcuffs right now. I don't see why she's not in handcuffs right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Yeah.
That we don't equip.
Now, this is the press conference. The officers have a press conference. They have a press conference addressing this situation. They're going to let you know everything that they can tell you, and then they're going to not tell you what they cannot tell you. And then they're going to let you know what decision they're making and what motions they're taking. And let's see what they have to say.
Cameras, dash cams on investigative vehicles. So let me give you just a quick breakdown.
Can y'all hear this clearly?
Numbers. We have about 3,200 vehicles on our fleet used for various duties. 1,400 of those vehicles are equipped with lights and sirens, our traditional patrol cars. 1,800 of those are investigative vehicles and undercover vehicles. Of that number, of the 1,400, not every marked vehicle is used to conduct traffic stops, investigations, calls for service. Examples: if you have a vehicle that's assigned to public affairs, community affairs, it's a show vehicle. I'm not putting a dash cam on it. If we have vehicles assigned to our training division and we're just training officers how to drive, I'm not putting dash cams on that. So the actual numbers, we have 579 vehicles out of the 1,400 vehicles are equipped with dash cams. The mayor has agreed to devote additional $2 million.
They speaking about dash cams. I'm like, what the hell has got to do with this?
And that will outfit an additional 143 vehicles. So we're not at 100%, like I said when I did that interview, but we're definitely moving in that right direction. So I want to thank the mayor again for stepping in with that funding. Last thing I want to say about that, and we'll bring up the lieutenant. During my administration, which has been a little bit over 2 years, we've equipped 355 vehicles. That's probably 60% or so of our fleet right now. So we do believe in transparency, and definitely as the chief of police, I believe in transparency. So anything that we can do to move that in that direction. But I'm going to bring the investigator up, and hold up, Mario. I'm going to bring the investigator up, and we're going to entertain all questions at the end about the dash cams and also this investigation. So we'll entertain everything at the end. Come on.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Lieutenant Zamora with the Homicide Division Missing Persons Unit. To my left, I have Detective Sergeant Jimenez, Detective Brian Ford, and Detective Atlanta Claiborne. Today, we're discussing facts related to 25-year-old Rudy Farias, who was reported missing on March 7, 2015. He was 17 years old when his mother reported him missing. During the 8-year time frame where he was reported missing on March 7, 2015, he was 17 years old when his mother reported him missing. During the 8-year time frame where he was missing, investigators followed up on many tips, leads, collected evidence proving that Rudy was not missing during the 8-year period. Many of these facts included contacts and statements with relatives.
I'm confused. So during the investigation for all these years, they've come to the conclusion that Rudy was not missing. So then, how come you found him and reported that you found a missing person? I don't understand that. And when you determined he wasn't missing, don't you have a procedure that you go through to put it in the books? And I don't understand how he was still missing if they determined he wasn't missing.
Friends, neighbors, and medical professionals. Rudy was recently identified as having previous HPD interactions, meaning that he made contact with patrol officers out on the street. However, during these contacts, fictitious names and date of births were given, misleading the officers, and Rudy would remain missing. In fact, both Janie...
That's crazy. In New York City, man, the cops find a reason to take you down. If you don't got no ID on you, they're going to fucking find a reason to bring you to the precinct. Yo, so the fact that he had all these run-ins with police and gave them false information, probably because he wasn't really involved in any criminal activity.
Rudy's mother and Rudy himself gave fictitious names while interacting with various patrol officers. After investigators talked with him yesterday, it was discovered that Rudy returned home the following day on March 8th, 2015. The mother, Janie, continued to deceive police by remaining adamant that Rudy was still missing. She alleged her nephew was a person friends and family were seen coming and going. However, we disputed that. Currently, the DA has declined any charges at this time for making fictitious reports and failure to ID.
No charges on the fictitious reports and failure to ID. We're going to discuss that afterwards.
Investigators have reached out to Adult Protective Services. HPD Victim Services has reached out. We've also connected Rudy with Victim Services to ensure that he has a method to recover. Now, based on Rudy's interview, there were no reports of sexual abuse reported.
What? See what's going on here? Based on Rudy's interview, there was no sexual abuse reported. What? What's going on here, ladies and gentlemen? What's going on here? Cops said no sexual abuse reported. What?
If there is a disclosure made, we will continue to investigate. Currently, the investigation is active, and there are new leads coming in. We'll continue to follow those leads. We do take all allegations seriously, and any new information or facts that we receive will be investigated.
Thank you, Lieutenant. One question at a time.
Is that not the face of a liar? Is that not the face of a liar? Bruh. This man reading the script. He know damn well the words he's saying ain't true. They're an organization. They got to protect their interests. They got to make sure that they don't get in trouble for some shit.
Please
Oh,
do
no.
not yell them out.
I'm gonna let him translate, then we're gonna do it.
Okay,
Thank you. Go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you,
Thanks.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
Hold on.
Buenos días y gracias a todos.
Buenos días. Gracias.
Today, are you saying that the activist was lying?
Basically, what we're saying is our investigation.
Section from activist Cornell X, and he made some shocking allegations that he was in the room with a detective, and he heard from Rudy firsthand. He said that there were sexual abuse allegations, and that he was drugged by his mother. From what you just said today, are you saying that the activist was lying?
You heard her? She asked him, and he heard where her question was going. He told the lieutenant, yo, let me handle that. So he know where the question was going. He was like, yo, let me handle that. So the reporter is asking him, like, yo, there's an activist. She didn't say his name, but she's referring to Cornell X. She said there's an activist that's out here saying that this man accused his mother of sexual abuse, such and such and such and such. Are you saying that the activist is lying? That's what she asked him. Let's hear his answer.
Basically, what we're saying is our investigation is our investigation, and we treat it the same. We're gonna.
Are you saying this man is lying? Basically, what we're saying is our investigation is our investigation. What? That's how you answer that question, sir? Is that the answer to that question? Basically, our investigation is our investigation.
Mother, from what you just said today, are you saying that the activist was lying?
Basically, what we're saying is our investigation is our investigation, and we treat it the same. We're gonna. Our investigators were in the room, and basically, you know, what they heard and what they interviewed, that's what we attest to in our offense reports and our investigations. And I'm not here, neither are they here, to question anybody's integrity. But our integrity with the Houston Police Department stands, and we're going to report and put in offense reports what a victim or potential victim tells us, okay?
So what are you saying? You saying that they saying they ain't got no reports. You saying you're not trying to question the integrity, but you just reporting what the victim told y'all. And y'all say y'all ain't got no sexual accusation, sexual assault accusation. So you calling this man a liar. This is starting to get weird.
But just to be clear, in that room, the detective did not hear anything about sexual abuse allegations.
Go ahead.
Can you just clear that up?
Yeah, Sergeant Stefan Menez. Yes, I interviewed him, and no, there was no, you know, I'm trained to listen for probable cause. I'm trained to listen for statements that can help me get charges or move forward with a case. And no, there was no statements made during this investigation so far, no.
Thank you. Next.
Wow. What y'all think? I'm going to do a poll real quick. Do you think the police is lying? I want to see what y'all think, and then after this is done, we'll I'll give y'all my perspective. I'm gonna give y'all my perspective once y'all get y'all votes in and stuff, and this video is done.
Next question. Go ahead, Mario.
Can that be answered in
Wait a minute. Go ahead. Good. We get it. Yeah. Go ahead.
There was no reports of sexual abuse. Is that correct, sir? What you said?
That is correct, coming from Rudy Farias.
Was there any conversations about a sexual relationship between your mother and your son?
So we don't release any type of information related to sexual assaults. That's just state law.
we don't release any information related to sexual assault. That's just state law. He didn't confirm or deny. What is happening here? What is happening here, ladies and gentlemen?
I can't comment on that.
He can't comment on it.
Is Rudy a victim then in all of this, or did he and his mother work together? I mean, he wasn't missing now.
The investigation is still going on, Courtney, and I'm not going to say if he's a victim or not. I'm thinking, you know, and saying we're going to treat this just as we do with any potential victim or victim, and we're going to give respect to everybody that's involved. We're going to conduct our investigation, and we're kind of right at the beginning of it. This investigation is going to go on after this press conference.
Man. Not going to say if he's a victim or not. This gets weirder and weirder.
Sorry. If charges are you know, appropriate, they'll see, but let us conduct the investigation. And what's next, Courtney, just as any other investigation, we're going to follow our evidence. We're going to do more interviews, and we're going to follow the evidence, and I think that's important. Go ahead.
Going to follow the evidence. We're going to do more interviews and follow the evidence. So the information that the guy said, that ain't happened, is what you're trying to say. But you're not at liberty to say what you did hear. Oh man, that could be it, Julie. That could be. It's possible. We'll see. We'll see. I'll give my take on it.
Chief, can you say, were there any signs of mental illness, that he might be mentally ill, that his mother might be mentally ill?
We're not going to say that right now. Anyway, we're going to conduct an investigation. It's really too early to determine that. There are going to be some more parts to the investigation.
It sounds like this is going to be the answer to every question.
And you know, some of that may come into play, but right now. You know.
Just because there were some other allegations that he had been held prisoner, that he had been taken to Mexico, is there any indication that that was true, or was that like a delusion?
Lieutenant? Yeah.
Because that would have been kidnapping, right, or holding somebody against their will?
We don't have any information to say there was any kind of kidnapping or anything like that right now.
Yo, this shit is funny. That's possibly it. That could be it too. Listen, man, everybody, you guys are thinkers, so you know that any one of the things you guys are saying is possible. We just don't know which one it is.
I think so. No search warrants.
No, at the time he was reported missing 8 years ago, being missing is not a crime. So the detectives had no lawful means or probable cause to issue a search warrant for the residence.
Being missing is not a crime. Hold on. Oh, shout out to Ready Time TV for that Cash App. Oh, she says, for a great topic, this touched my soul. Shout out to Ready Time TV, Mama Wabbit.
Donations, gifts, donations, gifts, donations.
Oh yeah. Come on, Rabbits. You got this. Come on, Rabbits.
We gon'
got this. Come on, Rabbits. You got this. Come on, Rabbits. You got this.
Come on, Rabbits. We got this.
Niggas caught me slipping once, okay, so what? Someone.
Hit the cash. Hit the cash.
Play at your own risk. Yeah. Stockholm syndrome. Man. Think it's damage control is what it is. These conflicting stories, man. None of them want to be up there. You could tell. Yeah, it's always home. The residence is definitely always the first place to look. But they're saying it's not a crime to be a missing person.
which was searched several times.
We're going to work our way down.
The house
We'll
was
get back to
searched.
you.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Full means or probable cause to issue a search warrant for the residence, which was searched several times.
We're going to work our way down and we'll get back to you. Go ahead. Yes. There's no permanent timeline. As you can imagine, there's a cost to it, and there are some complications.
Oh.
I'll give you one.
Here goes the agenda. Here goes the agenda. He about to get into politics. They about to tell you how much they are underfunded and they need money for dash cams and all type of shit. I was like, what the fuck is going on here? Sugar Beer, shout out to Sugar Beer. Welcome to Wabbitry. Talking about they need funding for dash cams and all type of shit. And sure enough, one of y'all was right in here. They're using this as an opportunity to get some kind of funding.
One, just this quick thing, the challenge. 200 of our vehicles are model 2014 are older. That's a challenge. I'm not, when we're up against a financial budget like we are, you got to pick and choose and you got to prioritize some things. So, but as quickly as funding comes in, we're going to work to getting all of our patrol vehicles and those vehicles that come into contact with the public with dash cams. But I want people to realize one thing: 100% of our officers that's out there on the streets have body-worn cameras on, 100%. And we know for a fact that if you would choose dash cams, I'd love to have both systems, okay, 100%. But once you get out that car, where most things happen in interaction, hand to hand, I want that body-worn.
Bro, they made a trade. They traded body cams for dash cams instead of having both. And he tried to make a case for it now because they need more money, but they required to have body cams. So if they're required to have body cams, but they're not really required to have dash cams, they put all the resources into the body cams and said, fuck the dash cams. But the dash cams is important as well because we want to see what led up to the stop because officers lie. So we still need a dash cam because we still need to know what led up to even the officer even getting out the car and turning on his body cam. So all that shit is important. You can't just throw away one for the other. We ain't playing this game. But he's saying if you want both, we need money. Yeah, I guess.
On camera, but as we get funding in, and as I said, the mayor is stepping up, and like he always does, but he can only do so much. This funding issue didn't start, and I'm gonna say this: I stay away from politics, okay? But the citizens in Houston, at some point in time, we're gonna have to really face how we're gonna properly fund public safety and public servants, okay? Because you need better fire trucks, you need better equipment. We can't keep kicking that can down the street. We're gonna have to talk.
You know what's funny? People like him, like the police chief and shit, they say they stay away from politics. Like, bro, when last you did any police work? You are basically a politician. The police chief, nigga, when last you arrested somebody? You don't do that. You don't do police work. You oversee. You oversee and motherfucking follow whatever the mayor tell you to do and implement. These people don't do no police work. I don't get into politics. Yes, you do. You are basically a politician, bro. You don't even do no police work.
Talk about things of a revenue cap, but we'll leave it to the politicians. Next question. Go ahead.
Rudy and his mother were interviewed yesterday. As far as anyone going to the house, it's still active investigation. We can't release details.
There they go with that.
Also, quick clarity, was he 17 at the time that he was missing?
Yes, sir, that's
Yes.
correct.
So he's 25.
He's
25 now. Yeah. Go ahead, Mario. I'll get you all. Hold up. Go ahead.
Was there a missing persons report filed by his mother at the very beginning?
That was in March 7th of 2015.
So there was a missing persons report that was filed,
Correct.
and so this is what I'm asking on this one. Could the mother be detained for filing a missing persons report and never once informing HPD that he came home?
Yes, she could be reported or detained. That offense is a Class C misdemeanor, which is similar to a traffic citation.
Right.
So you hear that? Hold on. Can the mother be detained for filing for not reporting the person found after they was reported missing? Yes, but it's basically a Class C misdemeanor, like a traffic citation. Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind, y'all.
Spoke to him nearly a week later. Do you think it was a mistake not to speak to him sooner? You said yourself the DA has not accepted charges. That's a week where evidence could be destroyed. What's your response to that?
So it's procedure for the investigation to go through a channel, and when it reaches us, we review it. There was no urgency to investigate a recovered or found person. And I say that because patrol officers made contact with him. They ensured that he was safe. They contacted HFD to make sure that he didn't need medical treatment, and he was cleared on scene by HFD. He refused transportation to the hospital. His mother took him to the hospital later on that evening.
What the lieutenant said, I think, is important. You can't force a potential victim of a missing person, okay, with nothing else, to come in and give a statement. So it takes time to try to work with people to get that statement.
And I know you believe in transparency, and I just, for the public, we're going to put this on the news, and it's going to cause more questions, because yesterday we hear from the activist who makes these shocking allegations, and as a reporter who was there, I did see him myself go in and out of the room, so it was clear that he had some sort of communication.
Transparency doesn't come in front and maintaining the integrity of the investigation, and that's where my transparency stops. But and I'm gonna. This is the last question I'm gonna ask about the activists or anybody else.
That nigga said, when it comes to the integrity of this investigation, that's where my transparency stopped, man. I ain't being transparent with you guys. Not when it comes to the investigation. I can't. Company policy says I can't do that. And he's getting upset. He's getting annoyed with questions about this activist. He said, that's the last question I'm going to answer about this activist. You don't want to hear about this dude no more.
You know, we're going to follow our investigation, and we treat it the same. Everybody has a role in society, and we respect everybody, including our activists. But the integrity of the investigation is number one, and we're going to maintain that, okay? Yeah. I don't think so. Go ahead. Anybody?
Do you know where's Rudy at this moment and his mom?
Yes, we do. Rudy's safe. He is with his mother by choice.
And he's an adult.
Yeah.
He's a 20.
He's with his mother by choice.
5-year-old man.
Right. Hey, we're going to get a few more. Mario right here, and then we're going to work our way down. Probably 4 more, and we're going to wrap.
You used the word a minute ago describing Rudy as a victim. We know that
I said potential victim, and I want to be respectful on that. Yep.
he disappeared when he was a young teenager.
17.
17 years old. There's been cases in the past where people have been brainwashed, where people have been told you cannot, and they're being held against their will. For everyone that's going to be watching this worldwide, because this is a worldwide story, how do you not separate him until you guys are able to get everything together, considering that he disappeared as a child?
Mario, you've been in the business for a long time, and I'm gonna let you answer that. Okay, we've explained everything. some of the challenges or whatnot. Here's a fact. He's a grown man. Listen to what I'm saying.
Here's a fact. He's a grown man, 25 years old. Listen to what he's saying.
If you want me to answer you. No, he was an adult, 17. Hold up, okay? Not confrontational. I respect what everybody does, okay? But 17 years old, that's an adult in the state of Texas, okay?
17 years old, that's an adult in the state of Texas. Keep that in mind. I hope you guys been taking notes.
A lot of things that we shared up here. So we're going to work our way through it. It takes a little while. There's a lot of development still, even last night, okay? We know that. Everything's coming up. We're going to investigate it. The integrity is going to stay in place. We're going to treat him the same as any other person that comes through that we're conducting an investigation on. I'm done with that part. Go ahead, Courtney.
Detective, this might be a better question for the
Go ahead.
detective, I don't know.
Okay. Anybody?
What's the reason then, what can you tell us about why Rudy and his mother then allegedly lied for 8 years and said he was missing when he clearly wasn't?
I can answer that, though. I mean, to protect, we can't predict motivation or whatnot. We could just try to, yeah, right, yeah. But during the interview and the particulars of it, it's active investigation. We respect that, but can't, yeah. Next question, yeah. We wasn't just doing 8 years total investigation, okay? So it went dormant for a little bit, but the case was still open, okay? And I want to say this.
It wasn't doing continuous. They wasn't doing consecutive. They wasn't consistent for the 8 years. They were off and on with their 8-year investigation.
Until we find people, until we clear it, that's when it should be cleared. But if your question is, we expended some resources. Absolutely. Yes. No, you're prioritizing, okay? We're in a budget that there are challenges, okay? And what I presented, and we'll side note this, okay, because it takes a little while to explain it. When you have challenges, people look at a $1 billion budget, okay? And everybody just, oh my God, HPD has a lot of money. 92% of that goes to salary and benefits.
Damn. You see how this company works? When they get money for funding and shit, and you hear the police got $90 million and all that, this man is saying that 90-something% of that goes to salary and benefits. Oh, y'all getting fat while we starve out here, huh?
So it's not a whole lot of money. We have to pay our people, and we have to be competitive. The mayor just gave $7.2 million so we can get more cadets in. So there are a lot of challenges. What I'm saying is this didn't happen just in the mayor's administration. For years, you need so much amount, 14 million. I always talk about that to properly replace vehicles in our fleet. But some years when things are just, you got a lot of stuff going on, okay? When you don't get that, it kicks it back and it makes it worse. We have an aging fleet. 50% of our vehicles, or a little bit more, are beyond the replacement life. And that's patrol vehicles, 100,000 miles, 5 years. Unmarked vehicles, 120,000 miles, 7 years, okay? So we have a very aging fleet and a lot of other problems. So we will prioritize, and we're going to get there where we need to. But I'll sidestep. Go ahead. Yes. No. No, we're not going to say anything. Let me get you, and then I'm going to get you. You're going to be the last one. Go ahead.
So I know that why were HP officers at the home this morning? And also I know family members are concerned
It's a call for service.
Yeah.
There was a burglary report last night at the house. Patrol responded, and we were alerted because it was a house of note, and it's been part of the investigation, and that is also now part of our investigation, what happened last night, and it's still going.
You said in the beginning of
Thank
this
you.
press conference that Rudy has made contact with patrol units at some point. Can you explain what that was, and does he face
Lieutenant.
any charges for saying that he had false names?
So it is a criminal offense to give false names when you're detained under arrest or you're making a valid police report. There was an instance where he did that, him and his mother. At this time, though, the district attorney has declined to accept charges on that until our entire investigation has been complete.
At this time, district attorney is declining to accept charges on that at this time. What kind of charge is that? Take note that the district attorney is now willing to press charges on that.
Charge him as well.
The facts were presented to the district
Good.
attorney.
Mario, we're going to end it, okay? Go ahead.
Can you say what that contact was quickly, though, with him? You said patrol units. Was it like he was stopped in his car? Can you just
I was gonna ask specifically, did HPD ever go to his home and with his mother, and were any fictitious names given at all?
Investigators did go out to the home multiple times. They talked to various family members, relatives, friends, neighbors, and yes, they were given a fictitious name.
So was there contact made with Rudy at his home?
Let me close with this one thing, okay? Let me close with this, Mario. Look, we've been open as we can. It's not our first investigation, and everybody here understands what I'm saying about the integrity investigation. This is where we're going to end. We wanted to get up before a lot because this has come as not only a local, but a national, and some cases international, okay, because of everything that's going on. But it ends today, not our investigation, but as we get more information and when it's appropriate, we'll send out information, okay? So I want to thank everybody. I want to thank you for your patience, and thank y'all for what you do every day. Yeah, yeah. That's it.
All right. Now, I dropped the link just in case anybody want to come up and have this discussion real quick. I'm going to, we still got to get to our conclusion, but this is the right time to actually have the discussion. What is happening here? Is the police lying? Is the activist lying? Or the police covering it up? What is happening here? What, how do y'all feel? Let me see. We got 37 votes. Right now we got 42 people watching. Do you think the police is lying? Do you think the police is lying? He was more open about the gear. Oh man, this is an interesting thing. It's an interesting thing. I'm gonna close the poll in a second. And if anybody hasn't voted, get your vote in. Do you think the police is lying? I'm about to end this poll in about 1 minute because I'm gonna end the poll and then I'm gonna have my discussion. I'm gonna let you guys. If anybody else needs to get their vote in. Does anybody want to hit the link? Anybody want to come in verbally, give their take on this topic? The link is in the chat. I'm gonna open Nightbot up and let him drop the link. And then I'm going to end that poll. End the poll. All right, I'm ending the poll. Poll is ended. The poll is ended. And we got 39 votes. Do you think the police is lying? 79% says yes, and 20% says no. Wake TV, salute. 20% says no, 79% says yes. You guys think the police is lying. Now, I'm going to say this. The police is not lying. The police is not lying. And I'm going to also say this. Quanell X is not lying. Now, how can both be true? How in the world can both be true?
Drop a bag, drop a bag.
Wicked Palm Tree donated 99 cents through Super Chat.
Shout out to Wick TV for that donation. Super Chat. Oh.
Donations, gifts, donations, gifts, donations.
Oh yeah. Come on, Rabbits. You got this. Come on, Rabbits. You got this. Come on, Rabbits. You got this. Come on, Rabbits. You got this.
Shout out to Wick TV for that donation. Wasn't something about him out committing a lot of crimes during the years of him missing? No. It wasn't. I didn't see anything about that. I don't think they were lying. They just don't give a fuck. I have to disagree. And I'll tell you why in a second. You say they both were lied to in your opinion. I don't agree with that either. I think that Rudy was telling the truth. So I think that Rudy's telling the truth. I think the police is telling the truth. And I think that Quanell is telling the truth. How is that possible? Well, I hope y'all been taking notes. It all comes down to terms, semantics, laws, states. Now, let's look at things from different perspectives. Quanell X, citizen, regular human being, does not live by the procedures of judge and all that type of shit, as far as he's not an officer of the law. So from his perspective, he hears a story, and the story is of a young boy who's been taken advantage by his mom, lied to, manipulated, and sexually abused, right? That's the story that we all hear, because we all are citizens, and we're going to look at it from a citizen's point of view. Now, let's look at it from a police, official, the law, knowing the law, having to do things not based on how you feel, but based on the law, the procedure, the state. In that state, 17-year-old is an adult. You know what that means? That means she did not report a little child missing, even though that was her son. The person she reported missing was an adult. Right? All right. Now, he came back home. She lied to him and told him that, he's still going to be police is still looking for him, whatever. She did not report to the police that he came back home. Instead, she lied to police. And that right there is a crime within itself. However, it's a crime that she probably would have to pay a fine for or something, or do community service or something. And it happened 8 years ago when she made the initial complaint. So the only crime here at this time that I'm speaking about, with this particular situation right here, with the missing people, with the missing person stuff, it's not a child, it's an adult. So there's no crime with her lying to him and manipulating him into thinking that the police is still gonna arrest him or something. There's no crime there, right? The crime is her lying to the police and saying that he's still missing, right? All right. Now, let's get to the sexual abuse. Sexual abuse, when we're considering children, any kind of abuse dealing with sex is sexual abuse, right? Because they're children. This is not a child. Sexual abuse dealing with adults have to be without consent. Would have to be some form of maybe rape or something, but it's something without consent. The boy gave his consent. So Quanell X heard the description of a crime. The police heard the description of two adults having sexual intercourse and sexual relations, but they were mother and son. Now, the drugs, it's another thing. It's an adult. How many crimes, how many times have we, as sick as it is, as sick as it is, you see how you see consent with his mother and it's like shocking? As sick as it is, that's what it was. Because an adult has the ability to leave and stop this at any time, and he did not. He wasn't forced. He wasn't forced. He physically can stop this. So the manipulation is strong. But he's an adult according to the law. So what can they do about that? Can they categorize this as a sex crime? They can't. Can they say that even though they heard this information, can they say that they heard a confession about sexual abuse? No, they didn't. What they heard was a mother and a daughter, a mother and a son involved in some disgusting sexual acts. That's what they heard. Because technically, there's no crime there. It's just disgustingness. So this is going to be a difficult thing to deal with regular people and the police, because there's two different mindsets. You're looking at the same thing, but you're looking at it with different eyes. There is a lot to consider. There's a lot to consider. The mother did take advantage. Listen, the drugs is involved. And at this point, this man is 25 years old, still doing it. You get it? He's still sleeping with his mom. He left with his mom with his consent. He's with his mother right now. Or he left the police custody with his mom, or well, that's what they say. At this point, there's days when this young man is horny and doesn't mind having sex with his mom. He's so used to it after 8 years, there's times when he probably initiates the sex. I'm just saying we got to be mindful of this situation. Right. If they say anything happened prior before 17, and then how you gonna prove that? You know what I'm saying? How you gonna prove that? But from the beginning to the end of this case, this man is an adult from the start of this case till now. He's an adult consenting to a lot of this behavior even after the fact. Let's say he was 19. Maybe you'd be like, well, 2 years of this shit, and he finally, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. It's 365 days in a year. You know how much 365s this nigga did with her? After the fact. Do you think that he's fed up now? And there was a point when he was okay with it. After 8 years, do you think that maybe now he's tired of it? Or he started to get tired of it within the last couple years? When he ran away the first time, he came back within 2 days. I'm saying that's possibly because of the drugs and stuff like that. So the manipulation is she's using her mind control because she understands that he's addicted to the drugs. She's providing it for him. So every time he feels like he wants to leave, he's going to come back and be like, you know what, Mom? Let's have sex. Every time he comes back, he gives in. Every time he comes back, he gives in. Maybe it's to get more drugs. Maybe it's whatever the reason is. When they describe this horrific story to the police, when they look at all their legal obligations and their legal jurisdictions, they have none. They don't even have a crime here. So even though that man said those words in front of the police and the detective, when it's time to speak in front of the press, no, he did not speak of any sexual abuse. The sex with his mom, which they're not going to say, is consensual. So we cannot say that those words that we heard was words of sexual abuse. Now, to Quanell's ears, he heard sexual abuse. But to the law, they didn't hear that. So that's the big difference between being a layman and being like and being like in these type of fields and shit. Because you speak completely two different languages. In layman's term, that shit ain't no crime. Maybe if he was a kid, a minor, maybe you got a case here. But how do you put that on consenting adults? Is it a crime to manipulate? Is it a crime to manipulate for sex? Is it a crime to have incest? These are all the things you got to start factoring when you decide whether or not you have a crime on your hands. And as cut and dry as it may seem to a regular person, you got to understand the law by state. So it's an unfortunate thing, man. It's an unfortunate thing. But what we're looking for, we might not get. Because it's hard to see it any other way other than from our lens. But that's why I'm here. I'm here to give you the other perspective so you can understand why they do the things they do, why the police have to answer things the way they do. And even though it sounds like they're lying to you, they're not. Because you heard sexual abuse, they didn't. So even though y'all heard the same thing, y'all ain't hear the same thing. So you might think they're lying because they said they didn't hear no sexual abuse, but in all reality, they're telling the truth. Because according to the law, everything they heard was not sexual abuse. Well, on that case, she groomed him. That's going to be another thing that you're going to have to, that's real slippery. Like, what is the crime? What crime does grooming fall under? What's the name of the charge for grooming? I don't think I ever heard somebody get arrested for grooming. But what would be the charge for grooming? It's a lot of politics, a lot of wordplay, a lot of money, a lot of. And the way the police and the police department is answering those questions, they have to answer it a certain way. You don't know? Shit, I don't know either. He said the best can file a civil suit, but it may not even go to trial. Who's suing who here? Is the son suing the mother? Let me tell you what I think the biggest problem gonna be out of this. Embarrassment. The biggest problem here is gonna be embarrassment. That's it. Has anyone seen a picture of this man? You're not going to see a picture of this man. They're not going to show his identity. We'll see how that works out. Maybe eventually they will. As of now, they're not showing his identity. All right, let's move on since nobody want to hit the link. The son suing the mother. Yeah, that's what I figured. It's not going to happen. It's not gonna happen. Shit, I don't even know how he would sue. Like, shit, they could try something. But let me get to Cornell X, and he did another he had another sit down where after this press conference, where he addressed a couple things. So we're gonna hear him speak. So we done heard the press conference, and we're gonna hear him speak. Yeah, he probably will change his name. Yeah, hold on. Hold up. 1 second. Should have had this, but I don't know where it's at. Hold on 1 second. Nobody wanted the link? How y'all feel about my assessment? Let me see. I'm gonna do a poll. If anyone agrees with my assessment. Put a poll in the chat. Let me see. Do you agree with my assessment of this situation so far? Do you agree with my assessment of the situation so far?
As Natasha just said,
All right, let me see him catch up on these comments before we move on. He said, nope, he's always been covered. But yeah, you gotta change his name. He said, I'm going with mentally challenged bit. I'm going with the mentally challenged bit because there is no way he could be in his right mind and continue to have sex with his mother. I mean, some people are sick. That's why I said at best, but I'm sure he won't. Sorry. That's why I said at best, but I'm sure he don't want to be out there like you said, sis, because of embarrassment and the whole ordeal. That's a fact. Yeah. Shout out to Heck Money. Oh. You killing time at work? Shout out to you, bro. So once you realize the age of consent is 17, it all makes sense how it played out. He was an adult legally, so what can they really do with it exactly? It's hard. It's so complicated when when all these variables get added. Incest is a crime in Texas, but he would have to report it. So that's one thing to look into. That's one thing to look into. And I doubt he's gonna want to report it. Child grooming, yeah, but he's not a child, and that's the thing. Any grooming with a child, anything with a child, is easy. 1, 2, 3, gotcha. But because he's an adult, it's like, well, what can we get him on? What can we get her on? What can we use? And that's where the difficulty comes. Says, so in Texas, if she threatened to call the police, who she said was already looking for him, if he didn't have sex with her, that isn't a crime. If isn't your assessment correct? The thing about it is that forcing him? Is that forcing him? If by is by her, because women do that to men all the time. Women threaten, especially if you're a guy who on probation or you just came out of jail and stuff like that. Women use that to their advantage all the time, threatening to call the police on the guy. You know what I mean? Using the police against him. That's a form of blackmail, but is there a law against them doing that shit? Making the threat? Maybe there's a law if they actually call and it's a false report, but is there a law against making the threat? You know, that's where it gets a little complicated. Shorty XO, salute. Says it's almost like she did the perfect crime. I mean, this is complicated because the crime would be, what would be the crime exactly? What would be the crime? Incest? I don't know, man. This one is complicated. Incest is a felony in Texas, plus she was drugging him. Right, but she's drugging an adult. You see, that's the thing. It's like, man, boyfriends do that to girlfriends all the time. When I say boyfriends do that to girlfriends, I mean like boyfriends will fuck around and influence a girl to start using drugs and then get her ass hooked. And now she hooked because of him, and he keep her hooked. And all her friends and family be like, you gotta get away from this nigga. And he keeps her hooked, and she keep going back to him. What's the crime? What would be the charge? See, this is the dilemma that the police have to deal with. What would be the charge here? What would be the crime here? Everything you say is easy. Drugging someone is illegal, but is she drugging him like on some put it in his drink type shit? Because that's illegal. But convincing someone to use drugs, is that illegal? Convincing someone to take a pull of weed, like, come on, man, just take a hit. Take a hit, man. Come on, man, just take a pull. Just take 2 pulls, man. Just 1 pull, man. Is that a crime? What charge can you? Because that can get you hooked, right? So convincing him to use the drug one time, and when he gets addicted, where's the crime? Because he's not a child, it's an adult. Where's the crime in convincing an adult to use drugs? What if people copy what she did? If they copy what she did, it's just gonna be people that's copy what she did. But it's gonna be hard to do that type of shit now. I mean, this is not an easy thing to get away with. This is really not an easy thing to get away with. And this is not something that you hear, you see all the time. Sexual assault or abuse, that would have to deal with non-consent. But there's consent. There's a lot of consent here. So that's the main problem. There's a lot of consent. Whether or not they're doing it and they don't want to do it, the fact is that they're doing it and they don't have to do it. So that's the big difference. Like, okay, you and somebody go, you and your friend go to the store and he decides that he's gonna rob the store. You don't have to take part of it. You don't want to be a part of it, but then you say fuck it, and you do it anyway. Like there's a lot of ways where people do things that they don't really want to do, but they did it with they still did it consensually. Whether or not they didn't want to do it, ultimately, if they didn't want to, they didn't have to, but they still did. So the fact that they didn't want to do it kind of gets null and void when they did it anyway, because they didn't have to. So it's really hard to make a case that, you know, it's a difficult one. Hold on, sorry. There's a lot of these stories, consensual incest with mother and child. Shit. It says, I feel she was abusing dude before he was 17. That's why he ran away initially, and then she kept him drugged to keep him around, and fear played a huge factor also. I agree. Now, proving that is going to be the biggest thing, because you're going to have to be able to prove something in order to charge, to bring up charges. So you're going to have to be able to prove something to bring up charges, and then you got statute of limitations and shit like that. So we don't know how that work over there. Said forced through fear. The threat to report him to the police in order to control him would be a crime in many states. Of course, he would have to cooperate in the whole thing. This is the thing, right? That's really that I don't even know how.
Something about chickens in a car.
I don't even know, like, that's so complicated right there. It's like, man, good way of trying to showing that. Kidnapping an adult, coercion, or drugs. But he's not kidnapped. He's not kidnapped. He walks the streets. He be at other people's house. This dude is as free as a bird. And he's keeping it a secret. Nobody knows this is what's happening. He's hanging around people every day, spending time in their house, and he's not crying out for help. Everybody's surprised that this is happening. You tell me there's not some consent there? Did you know how? Yeah, we're about to find out right now. This video right here is going to tell us how Quanell X got involved. Said the biggest problem is under law, a lot of this is hearsay and there's no physical evidence to prove what we feel and know to be morally wrong. Right, because everything immoral is not a crime. Remember, we had a whole underage situation that we was investigating, where it basically wasn't no crime. It was all based on morality. And there was people outraged that felt like criminal charges and criminal action and legal action should take place. But when you summed it up, it wasn't no crime there. There was just a lot of immoral behavior and lack of integrity. So that's where it's like, yeah, in the court of public opinion, yeah, but in the court of law, nah. So there's a crime here, but might not be enough to win a prosecute. The crime they have is lying to the police, making a false report, maybe, giving false ID. Like the crime, as soon as you charge them with it, it's dismissed the next day. What is the point of even charging them with it? It's gonna be dismissed the very next day. And then what? Exactly. They're gonna, okay, don't worry. In the conclusion, we're gonna get to all the possibilities. Shout out to Gem's Eye View. In the conclusion, we're gonna get to all the possibilities. So let's get to this. Quanell X, he's gonna actually give some insight in response to some of the stuff we heard from the police. And we're gonna get a little bit more information on how he got involved in this.
As Natasha just said, let's bring him in. Activist Quanell X, who is planning on holding that press conference in just a few hours, demanding Rudy's mother be charged in the case. Quanell, thank you so much for giving us some of your time here. First, let's just start. You're very invested in this, almost from when this first came out last week. We started to hear your name. What is your connection to this saga? Is there a personal connection?
The mother reached out to me and asked me for help and assistance.
Hold on, sorry, it skipped for a second there. But right out the gate, she asking him, what is your connection to this? How you got involved?
We started to hear your name. What is your connection to this saga? Is there a personal connection?
The mother reached out to me and asked me for help and assistance to deal with the investigators because she was afraid that they were being intimidating and she didn't feel comfortable interacting and dealing with them.
Yeah, I hear that. The mother. Now, you'd be like, well, how would the mother know to reach out to Quanell X and them? The mother has been active in missing persons, events, and coordinations and coordinations, and she's been active with people who get resources for missing persons and stuff like that. And she felt scared that there would be some intimidation going on. She reached out to the nation and they sent him. When he say she reached out to me, she didn't reach out to him. You reach out to the nation and they send who they can send. So she reached out to the nation trying to protect herself from the police. Ain't that some stuff? She reached out to the nation trying to protect herself from the police. Because she expect, it's going to be some intimidation. She been lying to them for 8 years. She feels like it's going to be a problem. She feels like there's going to be a problem. So he jumps on the case. I don't know if he's suing. He's not suing. So far, we don't. Did she get GoFundMe money? We'll find out. She a goddamn psycho. Kidnapping by a coercion free. Shit. Is that some kind of charge in the law? Like, I know kidnapping is a charge, but kidnapping by coercion and fear and like, I don't know. I don't know about that. I don't think there's a charge. I don't think there's a charge for that. The way, I mean, it sounds good, but I don't think there's a legal charge for that. Well, shit. I don't care what crazy word you apply to the mother. I think all the words you could think about crazy, sociopath, psychopath, all the paths. Yes, she's that.
Almost from when this first came out last week, we started to hear your name. What is your connection to this saga? Is there a personal connection?
The mother reached out to me and asked me for help and assistance to deal with the investigators because she was afraid that they were being intimidating and she didn't feel comfortable interacting and dealing with them. And so I said, okay, no problem. I will talk to you about the details of the case. And then we'll go ahead and set up a appointment to meet with investigators. We did that. When we talked, she said one thing to me. In particular, she said that the man at her home that neighbors had seen was her ex-boyfriend.
All right. All paths. All right. So he's saying that when he spoke to her personally, she told him, because remember, the whole case is this boy's been missing. She reported him missing, and he's been with her the whole time. She is trying to keep up the lie that he has been missing. So people are saying, the neighbors were saying that they've been seeing this boy. They've been interacting with this man. She told Quanell that the man that the people are referring to is her boyfriend or ex-boyfriend, right? So that's what she told him.
When we talked, she said one thing to me. In particular, she said that the man at her home that neighbors had seen was her ex-boyfriend. But in the meeting with investigators, she said, oh no, that was my nephew. Along with one other thing she said that was totally not true. At that point.
So she told him one thing, and then when they together with the police, she tells the police that it was her nephew. So right then, Quanell now knows that this lady is lying. She's definitely lying about this because she told him one thing and she's telling them another thing, even though she told him one thing and he's right there listening to her tell them something completely different.
When I felt it was necessary to talk to Rudy without the mother being present, because when we went into along with one other thing that neighbors had seen was her ex-boyfriend. But in the meeting with investigators, she said, oh no, that was my nephew. Along with one other thing she said that was totally not true. At that point, I felt it was necessary to talk to Rudy without the mother being present, because when we went into the room, she told all of us, investigators as well as myself, who she asked to come and help her, that he was nonverbal and could not talk. Once she was removed from the room.
So the mother, while he's there with the mother, He's not talking. He quiet as hell. She's telling all the investigators and everything that he can't talk.
Into the room, she told all of us investigators as well as myself, who she asked to come and help her, that he was nonverbal and could not talk.
He was nonverbal and could not talk. He said she even told him, who she asked him to come help. She even lied to him and told him that the boy can't talk.
Once she was removed from the room, Rudy opened up and spoke in detail about his relationship with his mother, his interaction with his mother, and the things his mother did to him that no woman on earth should ever do to her child or any child.
So the boy ain't want to talk while the mom was in the room. When the mom left, that's when he spilled the beans. When the mom was let out the room. Now, the thing is he lying? Or, well, we'll see.
All right, so Cornell, that was one of my questions for you. So, you know, his mother said that he was nonverbal. We didn't know whether it was from the trauma of this alleged disappearance or whether he was just a nonverbal person. But you're saying that Rudy is, in fact, verbal. He can speak.
Absolutely verbal. And when he calms down, he's not emotional. He's articulate, he's clear, and he can clearly think about what he's talking about and what he's saying. There are moments that he has that are very traumatic for him when he starts going back through the memories that causes him to break down and cry. But yes, he's absolutely verbal, and he's very crystal clear when he speaks.
All right, so I want to talk about that interview. I want to talk about what you spoke with. But first, where is Rudy right now, and are you concerned for his safety?
I'm absolutely concerned for his safety. In fact, I pleaded with investigators after he spoke to me and the investigators together for an hour and 15 minutes. That entire interview with Rudy, I sat there with the detective for an hour and 15 minutes. And based on what we heard, we stepped out of the meeting, and I said to the detective and all three of them together, there was three detectives, I said, you cannot let this young man leave with that woman. Please do not let him leave with his mother. After everything we just heard, after what he just told us, you cannot let him leave with his mother. And at that point, they began to start the process of trying to separate her from him at that point. But she was able to creep back to the room and begin to question him about what he told us. And she asked him, did you tell him about our relationship? And Rudy said, yes. And then she said to him, you got to take that back. You cannot tell them that. I will kill myself.
Lord of mercy. Chop a bomb on him. Donna 2455, what up? So this man is saying that the mom was able to speak to the boy and tell him that she gonna kill herself. She gonna kill herself. Which could explain why the boy decided, you know what, I'm gonna leave with you, Mom. Don't kill yourself. Let's go home and have sex. Damn. Damn. You think they went home and had sex? I should do a poll for that. I'm about to end this poll, and I'm going to do a poll for that. All right, I'm going to end this poll. We got 29 votes. Let me end this poll right here. 29 votes. 93% said yes, 6% said no. All right, well, we got 93% that agreed. Do you agree with the assessment, my assessment of this situation so far? And we got 6%. Hey, well, we'll see how it plays out. Shit. Don't do it. Nah, I'm doing that. This one I'm doing. Can't talk me out of this one. All right, the poll is up. The poll is up. Get your votes in. Do you think Rudy and his mom had sex after they left together from the interrogation? Get your votes in. Get your votes in, man. Get your votes in. Let's get it. You can do it. Don't be shy, people. Don't be shy. Come on. We just making an honest assessment. Don't be scared to answer. There's no right or wrong answer here. It's just your opinion. It's just your opinion. There's no right or wrong answer here. This is the thing. Based on what we heard. Based on what we heard, do you think so? Do you think so? I mean, listen, man, a lot of things is possible. This is a complicated case. Complicated. Everything about this case is nasty, so shit, the question gonna be nasty too. Everything about this whole case is nasty. This is a disgusting case. Disgusting. Now make sure y'all get your votes in, man. She says she gonna kill herself. He feels sorry for her. He goes home with her. What you think gonna happen? Is it far-fetched to think that they possibly had sex? Do you think she might have asked him for one last time? For old time's sake? I mean, listen, we're all adults here.
Process of trying to separate her from him at that point, but she was able to creep back to the room and begin to question him about what he told us. And she asked him, "Did you tell him about our relationship?" And Rudy said, "Yes." And then she said to him, "You got to take that back. You cannot."
Highly favored. What you saying? You're not doing chat participation? What you mean? Why not? It's only two possible answers. It's only two possible answers, highly favored. Come on. Come on. Participate. Let's participate. And I won't even know which one you voted for. Of course I believe she's a narcissist. Don't worry. We're going to get to it. We're going to get to it. Yo, Sonia B, you are something else. With the Gawk 3000? With the Gawk 3000. Wow. The thought is appalling. It is, the case is appalling. The case is appalling. If you're on the case as a jury or something, this whole thing is appalling, but it's a dirty job, but somebody has to do it. Somebody got to do this job. I'm sure we don't really want to witness the things we witness, but it has to be done, highly favored. I'm sure you know this. Some things just has to be done.
What he told us. And she asked him, "Did you tell him about our relationship?" And Rudy said, "Yes." And then she said to the room and began to let him leave with his mother. And at that point, they began to start the process of trying to separate her from him at that point. But she was able to creep back to the room and begin to question him about what he told us. And she asked him, "Did you tell him about our relationship?" And Rudy said, "Yes." And then she said to him, "You got to take that back. You cannot tell them that. I will kill myself." That's exactly what she said to him after he had spoke to either detective for an hour and 15 minutes. That detective heard everything that Rudy said in crystal clear detail. He heard Rudy say that she made him sleep in the bed with her often, and he did not want to do it. He heard Rudy say that I hated doing that, that she was violating my boundaries. And we asked, would anything else happen in the bedroom? He said she would kiss him on the lips and she would get in the bed naked sometime with him. He went on to say to us that he would be in the restroom and he would be in the shower and she would get naked and come in the restroom and pull back the shower curtain. And I don't want to go any further because I don't think it would be fair to Rudy. But the things that she said to us were graphic in nature. This young man was the victim of incest and sexual abuse. She said to him, you gotta be my husband now and you gotta play daddy now. That's exactly what he said to me as well as the investigator.
All right, so Cornell, obviously.
Well, do you think a member of the nation would go get the son? I'm sure Cornell was willing to take him with him, but he's an adult. He ain't want to go. Obviously, he went with his mom. I mean, she probably coerced him and convinced him to go, but she didn't force him. Who knows, man? Highly favored. I don't know, man. This one is, I don't know why. Oh, man.
Very explosive allegations that you were making. And so we know what you're saying. You are very clear on what you say happened in that interview room. We just heard that snippet from investigators, from police in Natasha's reporting. They essentially say the polar opposite of what you are saying. How can you explain this?
You know what she asked him? She's saying that the police are saying the polar opposite of what you are saying. And listen to his response carefully. Do they have children? No, they don't got children. That would give up the whole thing. Shit.
It's not the polar opposite. The question was raised to them, was there any sexual abuse? And the man says, well, it was not reported to me. I'm trained to find these things and see these things. Then the next question was there a sexual relationship between a mother and a son? They refused to answer the question and said, we treat all victims the same and we give them their privacy. Why did not you answer, was there a sexual relationship? You chose not to answer because you know what Rudy told us in that meeting. They heard it in detail, just like I did. And to be honest with you, I asked them on 3 separate occasions at the end of that meeting, is there anything I should not say to the media that would jeopardize your investigation? On 3 separate occasions, they said no. I was attempting to be courteous and thoughtful to their investigation, but they said no.
So technically, he understands that they didn't really answer the question to the way that that was really direct. So he understands that they're not denying what was said. They're denying whether or not it's sexual abuse, but he wants to know why they didn't answer whether or not there was sexual intercourse happening. And they refused to answer that because that's not a crime. And to talk about that that's kind of a gray area where they could possibly get sued. I don't know. But they talking about the investigation. That's not a crime. And for them to just say that just brings out more drama for them. So they're not really at liberty to say.
They heard Rudy talk about the abuse and the drugs that his mother was giving him and got for him, the mushrooms, etc. They heard all of that.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television provider.
All right. So there you have it. There you have it. We know how Cornell X got involved. We know how he feels about what the police said. He doesn't feel like they're saying the polar opposite. He feels like they're not even being direct. And now let's get to our conclusion. What is the possibilities? Where can we go from here? So let's get to that.
It all comes down to money. The website GoFundMe says Janie Santana profited from her son's alleged disappearance. In March 2015, when she reported Ruby missing, a GoFundMe campaign was set up with his mom as the beneficiary. According to the site, she collected more than $2,000, despite the fact that Rudy was, according to police, living with her the entire time.
Bomber drop, run for cover, save your mama.
Uh-oh. Dun, dun, dun.
Save your mama. Bro, this lady got billboards, all type of shit. Listen, was it worth it? Oh man. Hold on, we oh, you know the internet about to dig, right? You know all kind of FBI, you know they about to dig, right? Because they really can't charge her with none of the things the people want her to be charged with. They really can't charge her with none of the things the people want her to be charged with. So these motherfuckers looking at every avenue. they trying to find something. They gonna get her for something. They looking at every possibility. How? What? All right. So we can't get on this. What can we get on? They start looking into shit.
It all comes down to money. The website GoFundMe says Janie Santana profited from her son's alleged disappearance. In March 2015, when she reported Ruby missing, a GoFundMe campaign was set up with his mom as the beneficiary. According to the site, she collected more than $2,000, despite the fact that Rudy was, according to police, living with her the entire time. Following the police press conference yesterday, GoFundMe, they immediately closed down that campaign and permanently banned Rudy's mom from its site. But what about the...
Bruh, she still had to GoFundMe up. She had to GoFundMe up for 8 years. Bruh. She is something else. Uncle L, what up, man? Yo, she is something else. She had to GoFundMe up for 8 years. Bruh.
Following the police press conference yesterday, GoFundMe, they immediately closed down that campaign and permanently banned Rudy's mom from its site. But what about the money she pocketed? Can GoFundMe seize it? Can the people who donated it actually get it back?
You see what they trying to do? I want my money back, nigga. You see what they trying to do? Bro, they not playing. They not playing.
And oh, by the way, like, this wasn't just GoFundMe. We've got a private investigator joining us live in just a few minutes who says Rudy's mom was also raising money at a fundraiser that he attended.
Yo. Oh, man. What? So, she making her rounds, right? She going to fundraisers, all type of stuff, networking. That's why she know to reach out to the nation when the police start pressuring her for stuff. She know to reach out to the nation. She's been networking. She definitely come rubbing shoulders with certain people, man. Community activists and stuff. She's rubbing shoulders with these people because she's going to these type of events and stuff because her son is missing. But he's at home and they have sex every night. So it's like, wait a minute. What are we talking about?
We're going to get to that, but first I'm joined by Caitlin Becker. She is a senior reporter with DailyMail.com and the host of Daily Mail Crime on TikTok and a victim advocate for the project Cold Case. She's been following this case very, very closely. Caitlin, thank you for being with us again tonight. Interesting now, we might have a motivation here, money. And again, it's not just the GoFundMe. There was apparently fundraisers that this woman was holding.
Isn't that always what these types of things come down to, Brian? It usually comes down to some sort of motivation that is financial. And in this case, you see that she profited a little more than $2,000 off of this GoFundMe. But what I want to be very specific about is that the targeted goal for that GoFundMe was $75,000. So
damn. Bro, she was trying to get 75 bands. What if she was to get it?
that was the intended goal of how much money they were looking to raise. And we do know that that money did go to Janie Santana, the money that was raised that was only a little over $2,000. And the GoFundMe was set up by someone by the name of Julissa Bravo. I have to guess that that's probably an alias. I don't know who that person is or if they're actually connected to Janie Santana in every way, but we do know that Janie Santana uses aliases. She uses them on social media. She's used them throughout their life. There are court documents from her purported ex-husband who's called out several names that she's gone by. So I wouldn't be surprised to find out that Julissa Bravo isn't a real person at all. And I do think, to answer your earlier question, that there is certainly a case for fraud here. And if the police are looking for ways to go after Janie Santana because they don't know exactly which angle to go for, this could be a really good one.
Yeah, and if this is all true, I mean, this is just...
So you see, they might not be able to get her on that criminal shit, on the sexual stuff, because this nigga's so grown, but they might find other ways to try to give her a couple years in jail.
Sick because she was using fake names. And there are also now, Caitlin, text messages that I saw today from the moms of other legit missing people. She was getting in touch with these other mothers through the internet and sort of like, oh, I've also got a missing son. How can we help each other? How can we raise money? Which...
Bruh, listen. She out here networking. A mother with a missing son meeting up with other mothers with missing sons to do fundraisers and shit to find missing children. Yo, this shit crazy. Some gangster shit right here.
Which just takes it to another level because you think about these poor moms that were actually dealing with real cases. I want to move on, though, to the marriages, because there are a lot of them, and apparently she was married to multiple men at the same time.
Damn. I bet y'all ain't think y'all was gonna hear all this, right? Yo, listen, what? This lady out here scamming. This lady, listen, they gonna find something to get her on. Well, I mean, we gonna have to be able to prove that, Tomboy. That's gonna be a hard thing to prove. You're gonna have to have some kind of evidence to show that she was doing that. Who was her girlfriend? The girl on the TV? I hope not the mom. Nation, who you talking about? I hope not the mom. Maybe the girl on the TV. I mean, I said the TV. The girl on the screen, but not the mom. Yeah, I mean, that'll be hard to prove. Man, listen, this lady, she out here scamming. Regina gonna have to link up with her. Her and Regina gonna have to link up. They out here scamming. They coming up with stories. She a hot girl for real. This yo. COD. Yeah. I guess.
And sort of like, oh, I've also got a missing son. How can we help each other? How can we raise money? Which just takes it to another level because you think about these.
You said she out here being a thotty grandma. Like this one lady we know. Yeah, but you know, those will be just his words, though. They still have to prove it.
Internet and sort of like, oh, I've also got a missing son. How can we help each other? How can we raise money? Which just takes it to another level because you think about these poor moms that were actually dealing with real cases. I want to move on, though, to the marriages because there are a lot of them, and apparently she was married to multiple men at the same time. We've got a graphic I want to put up, and we can kind of go through them here. Patrick Rocha.
Well, let's get this graphic up on the screen. We can get these names.
There are a lot of them, and apparently she was married to multiple men at the same time. We've got a graphic I want to put up, and we can kind of go through them here. Patrick Rocha, John Gonzalez, Roberto Lario, John Rodriguez, Sucre Diaz, and Gilbert Quiros.
Damn, boy. Every couple years she had a new husband. Yo, this lady out here moving. God damn. So she had a husband. Oh, so look at that. Her last husband is in 2012. She probably started fucking this boy when he's like 17 or probably around that age. Because the incident with him happened in 2015. Her last husband was in 2012. Who knows when he left? He probably left. Could it be that when the husband left, she replaced him with her son? Her last husband was in 2012. She reported this boy went missing in 2015. Could it be that when this marriage ended, she replaced her husband with her son instead of going out and finding a new man? Instead of going out and finding a new man, could it be that she just replaced her husband with her son? God damn. She kept it in her race, though. There's a bunch of Mexicans. Diaz, Gonzalez, Lario, cheating on her son. Cheating on her son now. She wasn't cheating on her son. Yeah, well, that husband killed himself. Lord of mercy. God damn. That pattern dictates that shit.
And apparently, this is all based on court filings, by the way. It's all public record. What do we make of all these marriages? The one ex-husband now saying that she's a bigamist. What have we learned on that front, Caitlin?
So, Brian, Gilbert Quiros is the person who's kind of bringing all of this information to light. As you said, they're all in court documents. We have all of these court documents up on dailymail.com.
So her last husband, the one from 2012, is the one that's putting out all her information. And she's married to all these people at the same time. Shit crazy. Green Card City. Oh, Lovey Star Beating. Shout out to Lovey Star Beating.
If you're interested, you can read them. And in it, he tries to get his marriage to her nullified because he says it's null and void. She was married to other people and lists all of these men, some of them apparently legal marriages, some of them common law marriages. Gilbert.
Damn. Can you do that? Is that possible? To have all these marriages at the same time for real? Like, shit. Said Rudy's dad killed himself, you sure? Shit.
And Janie got married by proxy, meaning they weren't even together in the same place when they got married because he was serving in the military at the time. So in these documents, he's accusing her of not being able to legally wed him, and he wants the whole thing nullified. So she then goes ahead and files a counterclaim accusing him of infidelity and wanting $25,000 for him. But something I want to point out in these court documents, Gilbert asks for a temporary restraining order against her and some permanent injunctions to stop her from anonymously calling him repeatedly.
Man, you said maybe me and all my ladies can get married. I start thinking about the women that's already married to somebody else. If maybe me and them could get married too. Wink, wink. That's what I said. First thing that came to my mind was the women that's already married. Does that mean that I can now have a chance with them? Because I'm starting to take my eye off of single women. If you've been married for a while and you kept your husband, I think you're the one that I need. That's how I'm looking at it, because you know how to keep a man. I might as well just be with you. You feel me? So I'm coming, like I'm looking at I'm looking at it like this, man. If you already married and they allow this type of shit, let me be your other husband. That's how I'm not even looking to get married to somebody that's not married. I'm looking to get married to somebody that's already married. Like that's where I'm at.
Uh-oh. Dun, dun, dun.
By that logic.
Let me tell my story.
By that logic.
I wanted to let her get her part out.
Listen, don't start me. Don't start me. I am something else. Said married women are very low maintenance. That's a fact, man. Listen. Listen. If you are happily married, I would like to be your other husband. Because you've been doing something right for a long time. I shouldn't have no problem. Listen, man. I'm getting older, man. I gotta look at things differently. I gotta look at things differently. After 20 years, your husband won't mind. After 20 years, your husband will not mind. Okay? That nigga be like, your husband be like, man, I need a break. After 20 years, he be like, man, go ahead. Bring her back on the weekends. He said you can take the heat, you stay in the kitchen. I hear you, lovey. Oh, shout out to my side piece in the building. Autographed by the queen. No, which queen?
In these court documents, Gilbert asks for a temporary restraining order against her and some permanent injunctions to stop her from anonymously calling.
Yo, Sonia B, sign me up. Sonia B, sign me up, man. Where do I gotta fill out my application at? Yo, shout out to Agent Smith. Oh, yo, where do I gotta fill out my application at? Do I gotta wait in line somewhere or what? Like, sign me up.
I want to point out in these court documents, Gilbert asks for a temporary restraining order against her and some permanent injunctions to stop her from anonymously calling him repeatedly in the middle of the night, contacting his work and saying disparaging things. So it does.
Here goes that word disparaging. Yo, they not playing. They gonna be digging her whole shit up. You know, there's people that want her in jail. They're gonna try to find a way to get her locked up. There's, these people on the internet, the ones with no lives that be doxing people, they're gonna spend so much time. And you know how much of them there is? There's thousands of them, probably millions on the internet that got nothing but time to dig this shit up and spend their whole day looking up all this lady information, and they will spend their own money to pay for documents that they need to pay for and all that. There's gonna be, man, the amount of people that's gonna be on this shit right here, and trust me, there's people with money that's gonna be sponsoring some of these investigators to find something. Shit. Yeah, they in her business. One is more than enough for you, big old baby. Oh. You thought it was a bus life word. Dog spray with vinegar. Oh no. Like Ronald Jones, man, leave Ronald Jones alone.
It seemed like there might have been a harassment claim within this as well, which, based on everything we're learning about this woman, doesn't surprise me.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find news.
Thank you all for watching. Go to sizrabbitwithavwrench.com and subscribe. Like. All right, we have reached the end of our show, ladies and gentlemen. We did good. I don't think nobody wants to come up, but I'm gonna drop the link one more time and see if anybody want to come up. So this is where we at. All right, this is where we at. We have gotten all the information we need. I'm pretty sure that everybody here is now pretty familiar with the ins and outs of this story. And I think you even got enough information to even speak on this story. You might even be able to share the story with somebody else. Because I think you pretty much got a lot of insight on the story. And yeah, my job here is done. My job is not done yet. But my job here is done. Let me check this poll and see where it's at. We got 39 votes, 43 people. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Well, I knew it was you. Why did I know it was you? My job is not done yet. My job is not done yet. Where my StreamYard at? Oh, there you go. Oh. Lovey Star Beating, where you at? Oh, you in the back? Shout out to Lovey Star Beating in the building.
Sis.
What's up?
Sis, why is Kamani saying, why he go live and say that was not him who called me? Somebody impersonating him.
we in the wrong live, Lovey. We're gonna have to have that conversation on a different live.
I'm sorry.
It's all right.
She's dying. She was in tears over there.
Look, we definitely gonna have that conversation, but not on this live right here. But we're gonna do that. That boy. Yeah, we're gonna discuss that one. But this one is about that topic that I'm covering right here. What's good, Ro Rich?
What's going on, bro? That was one of the craziest shits that I've seen in a long time, bro.
Oh. Yeah. That's why I decided to cover it.
And you said something earlier about kidnapping via coercion. If that's not illegal, it is illegal because that's what they charged the Tate boy with.
The who?
He didn't. Andrew Tate. They didn't charge him with kidnapping, like physically taking someone. They charged him like he was like he finessed them.
But they got proof of that with text messages or stuff like that, to what they can use as the basis of their foundation.
They had a statement from somebody, but something like that. But he's not giving a statement. The guy, the victim himself, he's the one that has to put her away. He gotta tell them, yo, listen. Just like he told the Muslim guy, he gotta tell the police and testify against his mom.
DC Block, what up? Shit, man.
If she got her mind controlling them good, that's never gonna happen.
He left with her.
Exactly, and you had a poll about it.
Yeah,
he got the drawers later.
Yeah. Did y'all get y'all votes in?
Oh shit! Yeah. Did y'all get y'all votes in?
Do you think Rudy and his mom had sex after they left together from the interrogation?
That was the last poll. I thought you went on to another one after that.
No, that's the last poll.
Oh.
That is the last poll. Deja vu, what's up?
But of course he's gonna leave with her. For the last 7 years, all he knowed was his mother, pretty much. And he thought them people was coming to get him. They was gonna lock him up. This is this is her taking one little wrong thing and making it into a giant wrong thing, and then holding it against him for the rest of his life.
This nigga Nashawn says if her son is in love with the twat. Nashawn, after 8 years, that nigga be saying shit like, that's my pussy.
Y'all niggas are sick bastards.
Yeah, I'm going to hell. Oh my
Definitely.
God. Why did I find that so funny? Yo. I find that hilarious, bro. In your day-to-day, it doesn't surprise you? Shit. Man, listen.
Listen, I done seen some crazy shit, but a mother kidnapping her child to make him her husband, like, Nick, faking a whole situation, giving a 12-year-old picture because they know the resemblance ain't gonna be the same a couple years from now. Like, so that's I don't care what nobody say. That lady put that shit together properly.
What? No.
What? No. Yo, think about it, son. She put a lot of thought into that. Yo, have you ever seen the movie with Jamie Foxx, where he was like a lawyer or some shit? And the guy that he was trying to put in jail, this nigga was like a thinking machine, bro. He planned shit out years.
Oh,
in
yeah.
advance.
The dude who they killed, I forgot, the law-abiding citizen.
Law-abiding citizen. That was my man Decimus Maximus Meridius in that movie, bro.
Right. I'm glad he did.
That's how the mother is. Her brain on a different level to think this type of shit. This is what I mean by it's the craziest shit I ever seen because of the amount of thought that this fucking lady put into this shit.
All right, deja vu. Yeah, man. The amount of thought. All she kept doing was lying.
Yeah, but look at the setup, bro. She gave them a picture of when he was 12, even though at 17, I know she had a picture of the motherfucker.
She a scammer, bro.
Then look, she married a nigga in the military to get his benefits. And had other niggas that she was married to also.
She a straight scammer, my nigga. So yeah, she be having an elaborate scamming plan. This whole missing person shit might have been planned with her son. Who knows? Man, you never know. That nigga probably was down with this shit.
Either way, I know whatever she did, she was trying to get $75K from the people, nigga.
Shout out to DC Block for becoming a member, for joining the Wabbitry.
I only got $2,000.
That's what I'm saying. Like over 8 years.
She bought 2,000?
Bro, over 8 years she collected $2,000 in GoFundMe and they just closed that shit.
All right, so that's not a lot, but think about her objective was 75 though, bro.
Right. She had plans for that shit. And that's probably why she told him to stay missing. So that she don't have to close the GoFundMe and shit like that.
She was determined to get that 75K, nigga.
Right, and she goes to fundraisers and all type of shit. So, lady, you going to fundraisers when you know the nigga in the house.
What she should have did was get a ransom note, nigga. Like 2 years after he was missing, she should have sent herself a ransom note, nigga.
What you do?
Then she
would have got that 75K.
Kidnapping is a federal crime, man.
Yo, salute to you, DC Block, man.
Not if the nigga kidnapped himself.
Oh, okay.
Not if the nigga kidnapped himself. Remember, he not giving no statements. They need him to say she did something for her to be held responsible for something. If he not saying nothing, they can't hold her responsible.
Hey, Julie, is this true or are you being funny? Is this true, Julie? Is this true?
She got arrested?
I don't know.
Based on what I just read, what Julie said, she said when she got arrested, she didn't want people to know. Oh, in the future, if she got caught, maybe?
Well, I don't think she got arrested. She might have misspoke. Because she didn't get arrested. She was questioned. She didn't get arrested.
Oh.
She said, remember the lady in California that did this? Oh, she's Julie said yes, according to the news reports. When she got arrested, recent now, or are you talking about her old prior arrests?
Yeah, did she get arrested for this?
Nah, I doubt it. Unless it's brand new breaking news type shit.
They, like you said, they could arrest her for the false report.
Yeah, but then they're gonna let her out tomorrow.
I mean, yes, because it's a fucking misdemeanor.
Like, what's the point? That's why the DA don't even want to pursue this shit, because it's like, what's the point?
But this is the point is to hold her accountable for what you can hold her accountable for. Don't just let everything go because you can't hold her accountable for the bigger shit that's immoral but not illegal. You feel what I'm saying?
You gonna go through that process just to dismiss that shit?
They do it to black people, nigga. They do it to us all the time. Fuck you mean, nigga? Yes, they go through the process. They put me in jail for misdemeanor shit because they couldn't catch me for the shit I got away with last month. It's happened. You've seen it happen.
I mean, they can.
But You've seen
maybe
the police officer lock a nigga up for a roach on the ground that he know ain't his,
right,
because he know the dude did some shit last week.
But think about this, right? All the investigation that's going into this is going to take some time. Maybe they don't want to touch none of that shit because they want to dig through this whole shit because they might find something they could stick. For real.
Well, this is the reason why the prosecution wants to wait.
Right.
She's not waiting because she's not going to prosecute. She want to prosecute for as much shit as possible. Because that's how the system works. We want the most we going to get out of your black ass, Mexican ass, white ass, whatever ass it is. They want the most they're going to get. They want to maximize their benefits. So if we investigate and we find 2 more charges, he said you was giving him drugs. If we find some fucking drugs, you know what I mean?
Right. Now, that's the thing. They was talking about search warrant for the home, and the investigators are saying, like, search warrant for what? We search for people when they're missing initially, and they searched the house before. What would be, you know what I mean? Like, what? They can't just go search the house. They can't just get a warrant.
What the officer said was there's no crime.
Right.
So they can't get a warrant for no crime. We can't go and search because she called for help. It makes sense. She called for help. You can't go and violate her. Then people won't want to call for help.
Man,
you know what I mean?
Look, yo, it is what it is. You're right. Shit. Could you imagine when she go back to that house she live in? Because she says that she had to go stay in a hotel and all that. She getting death threats, all type of shit. And you know how these people are, man. Them niggas will come right to your house.
You know how these freedom fighters are.
Yeah. They'll come right to your house, especially Black Lives Matter and them type of people, LGBTQ and all. Boy, they get aggressive. They come right to your house. Yeah, they're going to be right in front of your house on your lawn.
But I came up here to say that the police started the chief started off the press conference like something about cars. I was like, he treated the guy like he really didn't matter. Like I got other stuff to worry about.
Right.
And just over here worrying about this little guy. He's not important to us. You know what I mean? That's what I heard. Like he wasn't high on the priority list.
He wasn't at all, and he was. The police chief was very annoyed because he's like, it's to him, there's no crime. You guys are questioning him and want them to use resources for this shit. He start telling what his problems is. Listen, man, we don't got enough this, we don't got enough that.
But it is a crime. But when you look at it, they got a certain type of person that they fight for or go, you know what I mean, go all out for. And he doesn't fit. He's a male. He's Hispanic. You know what I mean? That to me, that's probably why he was not a priority. You know, that's what I think.
I think what the chief was saying was, we ain't got enough money to be looking for brown and black people, my nigga.
Exactly.
Like, listen, we don't have cars, we don't have cameras. They made us wear body cams. We don't want them shits. We want to have both. We got cars that's outdated. They from 2016. We want 2023. You feel what I'm saying? Like, That's what I felt what he was giving us. He was giving niggas that, yo, son, our funds is low. 90% of our funds go to paying overtime and shit, nigga. We can't even get no new cars. Cut back on the fucking overtime then, nigga. And y'all can buy cars, cameras, and all that shit. Because if 94% of your money is going towards payroll and there's other shit that needs to be funded, what are y'all niggas doing with the money?
Yo, dude, salute to dude in the building. Miss Kim 40, shout out to you. You said now you know that everyone wants sis. You on the list too? Oh.
sis.
What priority? Man, listen, you ain't gonna fuck with my brain today, Smitty.
Priority.
Smitty, you ain't gonna fuck with my brain.
Priority.
Trying to get me to pronounce this shit you made up right here.
Parody, nigga. Parody. It's like a piece of food from Trinidad.
If genders was reversed, a man would have been under the jail. Nigga, they would have forced that nigga to lock him up. He'd have been so locked up. Man, listen, they would have found something to lock him up on.
I saw another guy. He was a Caucasian guy. They said that he had been abusing his daughters from childhood. And some of them were 19 and 20. He was still abusing. That man is in jail forever.
Yeah, that's because his dick got to get hard and put it in there. Same way, the son dick had to get hard and put it in there. You feel me? So the penetration is done by the man. This nigga ain't a victim in sex.
Sorry.
I feel like
it's hard.
That's not a good. That's not.
I'm just saying, like, in order to rape a man, you got to penetrate him.
That's rape. That's definitely, man. No man should stand for that. They go to the police if that happens to you, brother.
Well, I don't know nothing about that. It was still he was still violated.
Yo. That nigga Smitty going crazy with pause. That nigga Smitty. Listen, man. I can only be honest, bro. I see you, Miss Kim.
Oh my.
All right. We got another one.
You over here talking.
We got another one. Let's welcome Miss Kim to the.
These ladies says, "Oh my goodness."
Yeah, let's welcome Miss Kim to the compound.
Okay. I'll give her packet later. Okay, tell her to show up about at the next live. I'll be waiting on that at the door.
We're gonna show you to your room.
You made me the house mom.
Right. Miss Highly Favored is gonna direct you to your room.
So you see, you smooth talking these ladies with that smooth voice.
Oh.
You're going to be overfilled over here.
You're going to get a bigger place.
Yes. We're going to have to get a 2-story.
You're going to get a bigger place, man.
We ran out of room. We need a 2-story building now.
Oh, shout out to anonymous chick for yesterday. Quanell went off in response. Yep, yes he did. Oh, I guess that's the one that I showed. Oh no, I think he did a press conference. Yep. Shout out to anonymous chick. Hold on, let's respect this money.
Donations, gifts, donations, donations.
Oh yeah. Come on, Rabbits. You got this. Come on, Rabbits. You got this. Come on, Rabbits. You got this. Come on, Rabbits. You got this.
Niggas caught me slipping once, okay, so what? Someone.
Hit the cash. Hit the cash.
Play at your own risk. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the anonymous chick. And we're back.
Okay. I guess being a parent, you would think that a person wouldn't want to ruin their child like that, but there's some crazy people out here.
It's definitely some crazy people out here. And you would think so, but there's parents that abuse their children in all different kinds of ways. And you would think that as a parent they wouldn't do any of that. So, because I've heard of stories, or I heard of stuff of where children are getting abused and it's never even sexual, but it's some shit that'll bring you to tears.
Yeah. But what Miss Lady was doing was very sickening. To even, I mean, I'm just getting a quiver down my spine thinking about she, and then she had a military man. She could have just concentrated and went to the bars and found her man and left her alone.
Well, once I started seeing how much time she was married and stuff, and I seen that the last husband she got married to was in 2012, I start wondering, could it be possible that this relationship started around the time this boy turned 17?
Okay.
Became an adult in the state. Because it's only in 2012, this incident, the first reported in 2015, that's only 3 years. So I'm thinking, maybe the marriage lasts for 2 to 3 years, and after the marriage, she decided, after 5 husbands, I'm not looking for another one. You already here.
Was convenience.
Yo, listen, man. When you gonna look for some dick and you got dick in the house? So she ain't give a fuck who dick it was.
Oh, I guess so.
Listen, I can't. Hey, what can I say?
I think we should get her and stone her. Oh my goodness, that poor baby.
Man, I don't know, man. It's a complicated situation.
Yeah.
Of course.
Did you watch Antoine Fisher?
The movie, yeah.
That was sad.
Yeah, it was sad. I remember the Navy part. I remember parts of the movie, though, not the whole thing. Oh, shit. Yeah. Kalani done went live?
Oh, Jesus.
Lord of mercy. Damn.
Break that down.
I don't know if who's live? Is anybody who's live? Let's see who's live right now. Or who's scheduled to go live? Who's scheduled to go live? Because Lovey Star Beating took down the video, but I got it.
You got it.
Oh, man. But,
5 minutes.
It's 5 o'clock. Do a Kalani reaction live.
Ooh. Yeah, I was like, I ain't going up there. I'm just gonna become like a streetwalker up on these YouTube streets, just jumping on the camera. So, I won't put myself in a bad category.
Hold on, shit. I might want to react to Kalani's live too.
Yep.
Oh man, what y'all say? Hold on, let me end this poll and see if the people want me to go live. All right, let me end this poll. All right, do you think Rudy and his mom had sex after they left together from the interrogation? We got 48 votes, 70% said yes, 29% said no. I mean, Whoopi Rock, what's up?
I said
Good
no.
to see you.
It's the ways.
You said what now?
I said no.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine, Lovey. But you know I got it. Oh, are we there? Are we here?
Hmm.
Okay. You were saying something.
I said I voted no. I'm hoping she changes her ways.
Man, it's not just her though. So all right, so to be fair, you think during the 8-year times there wasn't times when he wanted sex?
I don't even think of
Like you tell me that throughout this whole time, every time sex is because she wanted it?
you taking my mind to a place I don't want to go.
I mean, I gotta think of every possibility because I wanna be fair.
Yeah, but
Yes, every time he got it, it was because she wanted it.
yeah.
Damn it. She was in control. Nigga.
She was in control.
Yes.
All right, so look, right now, it's times when she want him sleep in the bed with her, right? Sleep naked.
Yeah.
You tell me his dick ain't get hard a couple times?
I'm hoping not.
When she's spooning with him?
I'm not going to tell you what that man was doing because I cannot. But what I will tell you is that she was in control based on all the information that was given to me. That's what I understand.
Right.
You understand? Because this dude was in public and didn't tell nobody he was himself. He lied to people unless he was part of the play. If he was part of the situation and her planning and he knew what was up and he just got tired of that shit one day and decided to go sleep in front of church, you know what I mean? Then maybe his wood got hard. But if he wasn't part of the whole situation, I hear you, baby boy. If he wasn't part of the situation, no, he didn't get hard.
All right, well, if he's not part of the situation, how could it last for so long and him being out and about and spending time with people and hiding it from them while he goes home to it every night?
Maybe something wrong with him mentally, bro.
Right. So I would think something's wrong with him mentally. That would mean that there's times where he probably wanted some pussy.
Probably, my nigga.
A mentally challenged person would
is a hole that this rabbit don't want no parts of, my nigga.
Just a
This rabbit is not going down that hole right there. You understand?
Yo, man. Oh, I gotta do this poll, right? Do y'all want me to go live react to Kalani?
Somebody press yes on that poll for me. Somebody put a yes on that shit.
Yes for me. Give 2 yeses, y'all.
Let me see what y'all say, man, because I forgot to put a question mark on it, but y'all know it's a question. Let's see what y'all
Don't
say.
be assuming what these niggas know. Some of these niggas ain't, you know what I mean? Some of them ain't make it past junior high school, bro.
No, these are all good citizens. They're wabbits, okay?
Some of them are not rabbits that are going to vote. They're going to be in here, in the bushes, watching, wait for the poll to come. Like, let me just hit the poll real quick. Haters, they're going to put no. Every no on that fucking shit is from somebody that's in the bushes watching.
Yeah.
Because the rabbits don't mind if this go live again. Because they waiting for the fuck shit all day. They was happy for this little topic, but they've been waiting for the fuck shit all day. Like, when he gonna open the pedal? When he gonna drop the link? When he gonna drop the link? The Lovey ass come like, yeah.
Lovey was waiting, right? Lovey's
Lovey's like,
You want me to go live for the drama?
Nigga, Lovey was like, yo, you done with that bullshit? Hey, nigga, let me tell you what happened. Because you said this the last time you dropping the link that you was finished with the. So she like, yeah, nigga, let's change gears real quick. Let's get this ratchetness started, nigga.
We got to go on the 3.0 for that, man. We got to go on the 3.0.
Vote for 3. Yo, listen, vote 3.0, everybody. Yes.
This way I can play.
Sonya B.
I can play music and stuff.
Sonya B, when you find out who Kalani is, you're going to say, oh, my.
Oh, my God.
You don't know You don't know Krylani? Who doesn't know Krylani?
Oh, my goodness.
Krylani, that's the new color crayon.
Girl. He's
All right.
entertaining.
So if you guys vote for me to go live, then I'll create the live and I'll pin the link in the chat. And but I'll start the live in like 15 minutes after that.
Okay.
So I can run to the store.
What you getting from the bodega?
Guinness and a Red Bull.
Oh.
You gotta say that shit like Relly. You going to the bodega?
The bodega? The bodega?
bodega?
What the hell is the bodega? I've never been there.
Go to the bodega.
Never been to the bodega. Where is this place? The bodega?
She said, you going to the bodega? Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, just so that y'all know, the show is officially finished.
Okay.
But
So it's about to go to the bodega? Yeah.
No, I'm saying as far as the topic, the show is officially finished. So, you know, anybody that's watching the replay, you don't gotta listen to all this.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Dun, dun.
Uh-oh.
Dun, dun, dun. What? The live is finished. Uh-oh.
Let the fuck shit begin.
Uh-oh. I wrote that shit in Mirror Live at the beginning last night. That shit had Nick Sis weak. I said, uh-oh. Dun, dun, dun.
I fell asleep. Like the first part, I gotta go back and watch.
I was up for a little bit of that shit. Then I fell asleep. Then I woke up. And then it was lit once I got up. Hey, don't touch that.
Somebody asked me how much pages I got. Man, I got 6 pages. I'm gonna be working on all of them.
And they all say Sis in some type of way. Stop doing that.
Now all my pages are Wabbit.
You know it's him.
It's all Wabbits.
You know it's him when he come through.
My main page is like my all of them says something. While my other page is just Wabbit something. All my Wabbit pages.
Yeah, definitely got Wabbit Gaming. Sub up to Wabbit Gaming. Somebody
Sub up to Wabbit Gaming.
Drop Wabbit Gaming in the chat.
Sub up to Wabbit History channel. Wabbit Science channel.
Then they
Wabbit Review.
Wabbit Color.
Wabbit Review. Huh?
I said, and I saw the person who said that, you know, for that Wabbit cat or whatever, I'm gonna give you half of my SSI check when I get it, okay?
Oh. Lovely one. Salute to you. Shout out to Lovely one.
First, I gotta get SSI though.
Yeah.
But when I get it, you gonna get half.
All right. I'm looking forward to that. We getting that Wabbit cat, y'all. We getting a Wabbit cat.
Yeah.
Oh,
come on, rabbits.
We got this.
I see y'all everywhere.
Oh, yeah. Come on, rabbits. You got this. Come on, rabbits. You got this. Come on, rabbits. You got this.
Got some people that don't want me to go live. I bet you there's some. I bet
Did
you.
I tell you that?
It's probably some content creators.
In the bushes, nigga.
There's some
chilling,
content creators in the
hating.
bushes that's like, man, I'm waiting for you to get off so I can go live. Like you
Bro,
can go.
you can still
You
go
can go.
live.
I was about to say you can go live when I'm live.
I watch both of y'all shit if I like your shit. If I don't like your shit, I'm here with Sis. The fuck? Live with it.
Shout out to Whoopi Rock. Oh,
These niggas be mad because they not that popular. Nigga like.
Sonya B.
Nigga, like,
Oh,
I'm gonna
you gotta get caught up on you gotta check out the 3.0, man. We did a whole thing yesterday, but we got shit. Relly, what time you going live tonight? You gonna rock out till Relly go live, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, we got the relevant.
Let me see if Pro.
Oh man, Relanisha.
Let me see if Pro got anything set up. I see rabbits everywhere.
Come on, rabbits.
No.
Well, let me get ready for the show.
Pro don't
Let
got
me
a
get
live
my
set.
grandbaby fed. Now I'll see y'all in a little bit.
All right now.
All right then. See y'all later.
So how much votes we got so far?
So far
Have
we
a good
got,
one. See you soon.
See you, Rich. Bye bye.
So far we got 27 votes. We got 36
Vote, people, vote.
We got 36 people. 10 people ain't vote. 10 people ain't vote yet.
We waiting for y'all.
Get y'all
man.
votes
we need
in.
To get a good. We need to get a good consensus. So we need all of you guys to put your good foot forward and cast your votes. Remember 2016, vote or die.
Mm-hmm. Create live stream.
This nigga's creating a live. The poll ain't even open, nigga.
Well, just in case, that's why I don't have to do all that. What you think the poll gonna say?
Wait.
What you think the poll gonna say?
See how much you love y'all, and see he can't wait to put this shit on for y'all, son. I know what the poll gonna say.
Put that shit
nigga.
on.
Nigga, I went and got my other phone and voted 4 times already. You ain't even know it. Oh my gosh.
Oh. I see rabbits everywhere. Multiply. We keep it popping on a Sunday. All right, let's see what the people say. Y'all, Rich done left me. Y'all done left me. What's going on in the chat? Shout out to the chat. Let's see how much votes we got. We got 33 votes and it's 38 people. All right, we already know where this is going. All right, so I'm gonna end the poll. I'm gonna end the poll, and I'm gonna pin the link for the new live stream. Oh, poll is ended. We got 33 votes. Hold on, who's this? Who's that? Oh, it's you again. Hold on.
My bad. That shit got quiet, and I thought. You remember last time we got kicked out the live?
Oh no.
I thought that happened to us just now, so I left. My bad.
I ain't kicked out. Let me create this shit. Keep it popping on a Sunday. We keep it popping on a Sunday. Create broadcast everywhere. Multiply.
I was just thinking about what you said. You was like, yo, the topic is over. I was like, I know. He's like, nah, that's for the people watching the playback. So y'all don't gotta watch none of the rest of this shit.
Yeah,
Oh,
because
that shit got me weak.
we just gonna be bullshitting right now. We just bullshit. We just bullshitting. Hold on, let me get the link to the live so that you guys can get it.
And for those that you haven't subscribed to part 3 yet, make sure you subscribe to part 3.0, the third.
So all the votes is in, and out of 33 votes, 84% of people says yes, I should go live and react to Kalani management, and 15% said no. Damn you! So it's
85% said another serving, please.
So shout out to the 85%. If you want me to go live again, let me go get the live for you. It's not it. We'll keep the lights on for you.
Shout out to the 85%.
Oh. Whoopi Rock, you said no? You don't want me to go live again? God damn. Whoopi Rock said no.
That's okay.
She don't want me to cover that Kalani shit.
Welcome.
She like, leave that Kalani stuff alone. Why not? It's fun. It was fun.
Yeah, that was a fucking live to be had. And then Lovey came up there and got a live phone call, nigga. That shit was breaking news right on the panel.
Oh. All right, there goes the link for the new live. Let me pin that shit. All right,
the link ain't getting no outro or nothing.
The link to the new live is pinned. Nah, they can get an outro and all that.
They're already getting another live. We're gonna give them an outro to you, spoiling them, sis.
We got an outro. Shout out to the people that have been in here, rocking out and all that.
You spoiling them, bro.
Get out of here.
Y'all getting 2 lives a day, outros. Salute to the chat, man. We
say you didn't leave?
Y'all niggas attendance.
We going live, y'all. Oh shit, it's going down.
We rocking out.
We rocking out, y'all.
Literally. Don't touch the phone.
Literally.
I'm gone.
You out? All right. All right, that was Roll Rich, ladies and gentlemen. Let me scroll down because we about to get up out of here. The new live is pinned. I'm going to start it in about 15 minutes after I run to the store real quick. And we going to rock out. We going to rock out, y'all. We going to rock out. All right, let's get it. Let's get ready to get up out of here. Let's get ready to get up out of here.
Rabbits in the house.
Rabbits leaving the house. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to everybody that. Shout out to all the cash apps, the donations. Shout out to the viewers, the likes, the subscribes, the new members. All. This is Sis Rabbit with a wrench page. Subscribe if you haven't already. Hit the like button if you haven't already. Kobe knows. Salute to you, bro. Whoopi Rock 1, thank you for coming out. Lovey Star Beating, my side piece. Deja Vu, thank you for coming. Appreciate you. Agent Smith. Smitty. Shout out to Smitty. Sunrise 71. Shout out to Sunrise 71. I appreciate you. Sonia B, thank you for being here. I appreciate you. Oh, Thaddeus. Salute to Thaddeus in the building. Oh. No Lies Told Nation wants to be a wabbit. Shout out to you for coming through. Tomboy89, salute to you. Appreciate you for joining the Wabbitry. Shout out to you. Roll Rich Entertainment. Shout out to Roll Rich Entertainment. Make sure y'all sub up to Roll Rich. Oh, sub up to Wabbit Review. Lovely one, I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. Wabbit's in the house. Oh. Julie, funny girl, thank you for coming through. I appreciate you. Appreciate you. Much appreciated. Good to see you here. Oh. Miss Kim 40, thank you for pulling up. Appreciate having you here. Thank you. Rabbits in the house. DC Block, thank you for coming through. Appreciate that. Shout out to DC Block. Dude, whoever you are you thank you for subscribing. Thank you for participating. Appreciate it. It is what it is. Salute to it is what it is. Shout out to you and your work. You do great work, man. Make sure you guys check it out. Check out It Is What It Is. He does great work. We gonna get it together. Get it together. Distracting One, thank you as always for being here. Appreciate you. Sugar Bear, much appreciated. Thank you for being here. Shout out to you. Rally Time TV. Shout out to Mama Wabbit. Thank you for coming. You know you are appreciated. Rox L, I appreciate you for being here. Thank you. Thank you. We gonna get it together. Uncle L, salute to Uncle L. Much appreciated your support. Always supporting. I appreciate you, Uncle L.
Keep your friends close.
Gems Eye View. Shout out to Gems Eye View. I appreciate you very much. Thank you for pulling up. Thank you for being here. Thanks for your support. Blackfire Media, man. Big salute to Blackfire Media, man. Salute to you for pulling up. Salute to you for being here and always supporting. Oh. Rabbits in the house. Trey Spectors, Bay Spectors in the building. Big shout out to Trey Spectors. Thank you very much for being here. I appreciate you very much as well. Oh. Rabbits in the house. Oh. Let's get it together. Yeah, we rocked out, y'all. We did good. Highly favored. Shout out to Highly Favored. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. Appreciate your support. Thank you. Much thanks. All right, I'm all scrolled up. Miss Eve, shout out to Miss Eve for always supporting, always being here. I appreciate you. Shout out to the John Show. Big salute to John Show. Make sure you guys sub up to the John Show for show. I appreciate the people, man. Draco Top Monster, man, the best mod all on YouTube. Draco's the male top monster, and Barbie Girl Tina's the female top monster. Salute, salute, salute. Shout out to you, my guy. Oh, the new live is pinned. We going live in 10 minutes. We're gonna react to Kalani's phone call. Shout out to Lovey Star Beating. Oh, my side piece. Yeah. See you guys soon. We gonna get it together.